right. Hope everyone's had a good Sunday morning, good Sunday afternoon. Here we are with another Atlanta race ahead of us. Today's Quaker State 400. Or the full name, the Quaker State Available at Walmart 400. Today's purse is at $11.2 million. And if it's anything like yesterday's race, we may not get this done before midnight. Good to see you guys in chat. Stacy, Doodlebug, King, and Jason. Go ahead and get the race pulled up. I have it pulled up in the living room. Not yet in here. I'm guessing Big C said, "G'day from New Zealand, waiting for Hill to crash into himself." It being Atlanta, there's a chance he wins. But aside from that, there's also a chance that he wrecks into more than just himself. He might take about half the field with him. I think a lot of people were relieved last night when he finally crashed. He raced a pretty clean race yesterday until he got behind Allgaier with, I think there was probably less than 15 to go, and got into him on entry to the corner and really upset Allgaier. He almost lost it, but was able to save it right before he hit the wall. Stayed going the right direction, and Allgaier ended up winning the race, and Hill ended up getting crashed out. So karma comes back around. Oh dear, guys. Let's look at the radar real quick. Okay, guys. About the weather. Let's go ahead and pull this up for you guys. That black pin is the track. There's a lot of weather in the area. So this may go really either late into the night, or we may have to pick this up tomorrow. And I'm not sure what the weather tomorrow looks like. All right, from what I'm seeing is it's a low chance of rain. It's at its highest about right now, 35%, and it just hovers around 25 to 15%. And tomorrow it's about the same. You know, we are in about the time of year where for a lot of the United States, there's a chance of rain every day. But it's not because of a weather system moving through. It's because of these little pop-up showers, and they don't take traditional northeast directions. They just kind of meander around, and then they just disappear as quickly as they form. So it looks like we're rolling the dice here. Cars are on track, but it does not look good at the moment. Let me go ahead and set this in motion and see. It's kind of shifting right towards the track. We'll see how much of this race we can get in before it rains. Pink on the... that might be a severe thunderstorm watch. I'm not sure. It doesn't show on here what kind of watch it is. Cannot trust the weather app. It's probably going to be raining for the next several days in Georgia. Not consistently, but on and off. When you look at the weather forecast for the next week for Hampton, Georgia, there's rain every single day. But again, it's going to be scattered showers. That's just the part of the year we're in. If we get lucky, this cell maybe can shift a bit south. But I'm not sure that's the direction it's moving right now. I just know they got to get this going. 15 cautions? Are they talking about last night? It was a lot last night. I don't know if it was... I don't think it was 15, though. Maybe it was. We had a lot of single car spins. We had the stage cautions. We had, what, 4 red flags, maybe, in the race? And then they... we had a red flag in the truck race as well. A lot of oil put down yesterday. Oh, you got the Bubba Wallace Hardy's diecast. Very nice. Very nice. I want that one. I really want that one, but I have to drive like 30 minutes across town to a Hardee's that's actually open in the evenings because most of the Hardee's locations in my area close down at like 1 p.m. So you don't have long to get the diecast. I don't even know if they serve lunch at those locations. Seems like they're just open for breakfast and close down as soon as they can afterwards. All right, today, William Byron and what looks like a backup car. Nope, that's just the normal paint scheme. A very plain and white HP scheme. Let's see, do we have a fuel window for tonight? Fuel window 75 laps. First stage only 60 laps long. Second stage 100 laps long. So the second stage might have green flag pit stops if we're lucky. And the third stage is also 100 laps. All right, what are our in-season challenge brackets looking like right now? We have Denny Hamlin starting in 28th, Bell starting in 32nd. Pull this up for you guys. And Ryan Blaney starting on pole versus William Byron, 26th. Chase Elliott, 7th versus Chase Briscoe, 20th. And Todd Gilliland versus Alex Bowman, 21st and 6th, respectively. Now, obviously, at a plate-style track, these positions don't matter at the moment. Just matters where they finish. But we'll have our eye on these throughout the afternoon. Dale Jr. just said Austin Hendrick. I didn't know about that guy. That's a nice HP scheme. I think it's pretty bland. Think about it this way, Jason. You're not paying $16 for the meal. You're paying maybe like $8 for the diecast. maybe about what you would pay at Walmart, and then $8 for the meal. Or you can say you're spending 16 on a diecast and the meal's free. I think it works out pretty well. Yeah, so Stacy, you're talking about the marshmallow again? About that, I mean, again, it's just preference. Some people like them extra crispy. They like the char. They like that taste. And other people don't want any char at all. They just want a gooey marshmallow. They'd rather stick it in the microwave oven. All right, let's look through our leaderboard and see if anything pops out for us. I know one thing that pops out is I don't have our manufacturers on here. Lights are off on the pace car, so I don't have long to get this done. There we go. All right, looking good, looking good. Everything's set up now. That would be awesome, Jason. I've considered going by one of these Hardee's locations during the breakfast period. And just being like, hey, do you guys have any diecast? Can I just like buy $16 worth of food and get a free diecast? Because while they're serving breakfast, they don't serve the Bubba Wallace meal, so I couldn't get it anyway, even if they had the diecast. All right, the fans are on their feet. The Corvette pace car pulling onto pit road. Ford front row right here. And the green flag is out. That outside line's a bit more disconnected, but both the first and second place car both have good pushers right now. Three cars together on that inside line. All right, the field's packed back up now. Not a lot of gaps between them. Blaney and Logano side by side still. Blaney with a slight advantage. Dowell apparently in the wall there. I think SVG's already middle three wide. Not where you want to be at this point in the race. All right, Blaney was able to take the lead, and Logano's getting passed to the inside. Logano now middle three wide. Logano's going to kind of move Bowman up the track and take the outside. Brad Keselowski in the wall. He's going to lose a lot of ground here. Now Bowman making a move to the inside. Oh, I think the dirty air might somewhat be affecting these guys. Bowman's car kind of shot up the track a bit unnaturally. I don't know if that was just him losing the handle on the car, but that was odd. It would be awful if dirty air came into play here. All right, Blaney's still out front. First four are single file. Now the first five. And, well, Bowman's trying to pass to the high side again. Austin Cindric really up the track, trying to side draft middle of the corner. Talk about aggressive. So this is a lot of what we saw in the O'Reilly race, and maybe a bit worse at this stage in the race. The O'Reilly race stayed pretty packed up through the first stage. Bowman's up the track again. I think he just has a poor handling car. That's the second time I've seen Bowman's car dart up the track. All right, Austin Hill going outside 3 wide. Making up a lot of ground through 3 and 4. Byron all alone on the inside. Austin Hill's going to go to the inside now. Inside 3 wide. Not able to hang alongside Byron, though, yet. Now he is. Hill's getting around this track pretty well. Byron backing out of it. Bowman's... he's falling back a bit, and Austin Hill is just knocking people down. Austin Hill now getting around Alex Bowman. $20 years. Wow. Yeah, time flies, Jason. Time flies. There are things that I feel like happened a year or two ago that are now 5 or 6 years ago. And it compounds. You had last year's summer race runner-up, aka Brad Keselowski, winning this race tonight. Yeah. Hey, it's not over till it's over. Top 3, all Fords right now. What am I hearing? Where's the 21? He's back in 18th. We have the 3 Penske guys out front, and then the Penske prepared car back in 18th. Well, I'm not sure it's wrecking that we have to worry about right now. Let me pull up the radar one more time. Let's see. This is what we're looking at right now. It's getting close. And let me zoom out a bit further. You know, it's just continued. Little systems, little cells. Hopefully they got a good deal on the e-bike, Stacy. Bowman is free falling. Down to 16th. He was up there fighting with Cindric and Larson, and now look where he is. I feel like maybe they had it trimmed out for qualifying and didn't quite have the handle on it for the race. Or maybe they're expecting the track to tighten up a bit. I don't know. He is struggling right now. I would have to listen to his radio to learn more. Randolph says Chase Elliott owns. I feel like the message got cut off, but this is his home track. And he is in a very unique paint scheme. I'll be watching the radar. Austin Hill continuing to move up. This will be a really big tell here if he can gain on Austin Dillon. He has no help here. He might work with Austin Dillon. Who knows? His only teammate out here on track. Now, Byron's lost several spots since we went under this side-by-side commercial break, from 12th to battling for 15th. Looks like he just fell back a bit, now back up to 14th. Very momentum-based when you're running in the pack. Best version of Atlanta? They're all three different, and I like them all for different reasons. I don't know if this version of Atlanta is going to age well. I'm really worried about the future of Atlanta. We are already seeing the track start to spread out, which is not a problem yet. But if it ages in the worst way possible, if the worst case scenario happens, then we get to where it's a single car freight train on the high side and no one's able to make up any ground. It's just, if the best handling car gets out front, you're not going to pass him, because there's no like skill gap. Hopefully I'm wrong on that, but I could see that being a issue in the future. So I feel like the banking will probably prevent it from aging into the Atlanta it used to be, where it was very driver heavy, a lot of tire wear, and there were several great battles back on that last configuration of Atlanta. And even the old configuration was very entertaining, but it was kind of like a, you know, Homestead Miami shaped track. I wouldn't mind if some track replicated that layout to a T. It's single file and spread out at the moment, but these cars will come together a bit more when it matters, I think. They'll make gains in the handling. The track will cool down a bit more. And I feel like we'll see each spring probably a better race. You know, more grip because it's a cooler track. And then we'll go into the summer race, and it may not be as good of a race. You're not kidding, Dan. You're not kidding. It's just so expensive to watch the full NASCAR season now. If your normal cable package doesn't have TNT or USA. I wish every NASCAR race was on antenna. I have an antenna television too. And whenever the races are on TNT and such, it's hard to watch. Harder, at least. And then not only do you have to buy the cable package now, you also usually have to have an internet connection and a Prime membership, and there's extra hoops to jump through now. You're liking Chase's scheme today? When it was announced, a lot of people were not liking it. And then they were getting roasted for not liking it because a kid designed it. It's for charity. You still remember when Steve Grissom hit the backstretch wall and flipped and the gas tank caught fire at Atlanta in 97? He has, or had, I'm not sure if he still owns it, but he had a car dealership in Gadsden, Alabama. I believe it was a Honda dealership. Hocevar might get up there and battle with the leaders. He just has to somehow get by Cindric. I don't know if Larson wants to help him. Hill has fallen back a bit. Lost some ground. I was wondering if he was going to move up a bit. The front 10 have grouped up a bit more. Dylan might get by Larson here in a second. Good to see you, Rusty. You like the two Penske schemes at the front? They're both certainly unique. We're used to seeing Blaney in the Menard scheme and Logano in the Shell Pennzoil. But here we have some very different schemes. I think, what, Hunt Brothers and Body Armor? I was wondering what Silly Lemonade was. Are you asking Rusty about lemonade, or are you asking everyone? I don't mix lemonade and sweet tea. If I'm drinking sweet tea, I want sweet tea. If I'm drinking lemonade, I want lemonade. And I don't drink lemonade typically, so there's that. I believe I know what word you were trying to type, Rusty. And I believe I've also seen that. Yeah, I mean, that's the deal. It's, you know, two children, I believe, from the Atlanta Children's Hospital that designed it. So the one guy that I saw specifically that was making fun of the scheme or calling it ugly was getting raked over the coals after the announcement. Kristen says Noah Gragson is legit last. Jordan says Atlanta races are getting better. Wish the 500 looked like this. We will see. I think right now we're still in a decent place. I'm just worried that they could age and get worse. Because we've already seen the track change so much in the few years we've had this track configuration. If it continues to change at this pace, it's hard to say exactly what it will look like in a couple of years. And if we change away from this Gen 7 car, I mean, what does that mean for this version of Atlanta? I don't know. I think it would be quite an effort to reconfigure this track again. And I don't think they want to repave it every 5 years. Randolph says he was there when Dale Earnhardt ran out of gas leading on the last lap. That's rough. I was like, It's difficult seeing a guy run out of gas on the last lap or have an issue in the last lap. It's like, come on. They were right there. Maybe 87? Yeah, Publix is really good, but it is expensive. So for the leaders, there's not much fall off right now. 38 laps into a run, and we're not really seeing a speed differential for this main pack of cars. Now, the further back you go, I think the more you'll see a speed differential, especially if they're not locked into the draft. The guys at the front still running really strong lap times. What happened to Hill? Handling just fell off a bit. He made it up to like 7th or something. He got up there in the top 10 for a bit, but then the handling went the other direction. It's like Alex Bowman started in what, top 5 or something, back to 22nd. They have to turn that car around. The fire suit didn't change. That's not a terrible way to split the difference. Now, fire suits are expensive, and a lot of times for the special schemes, you know, the drivers might still have a custom suit, but the crew won't. So I was really surprised when Denny Hamlin's crew had the Minions outfits for Pocono, I believe. I was pleasantly surprised after the race ended, seeing a bunch of Minions run across the track celebrating. All right, 19 to go in the stage. Let's look at the radar one more time here. Hasn't really moved that much, and it's actually somewhat dissipating. I don't know if it's enough dissipation to stop, you know, any incoming rain, but they've dropped this, whatever this watch or warning was. I'm not sure what this indication is. There's still a lot behind it. We're gonna have to dodge a lot of bullets tonight. All right, Larson's in the Larson line, at least through 3 and 4. He's going to take it to the bottom of the track here in 1 and 2. The top 5 are really packing up here. Hocevar not too far behind. Cindric and Reddick side by side for 3rd place. All right. Oh, Larson's going to take him 3 wide here. Let's see how it plays out. Larson did get by both of them. Larson got a 2 for Hocevar's really shoving it in here. All right, now Austin Dillon on the tail of Hocevar. The top 7 all right next to each other. Front of the field close, but there's still room to work. I like this. Jason binge-watched all the episodes of Family Matters. Not bad. $13 to go. Dark clouds. Just outside of turn 1 and 2. Larson has... The balance has suddenly shifted in his favor, I guess. So he is really picked up the pace. Larson's probably going to need to slot into 2nd here and regroup. Larson really pinched Reddick there. That's going to save Larson some, or give Larson some breathing room. Hocevar to the inside of Cindric. Now to the inside of Logano. They're going to stall out side by side. Cindric's probably going to work with Logano here. Hocevar might lose a couple spots here. All right, Hocevar going to temporarily slot in behind Cindric, but then back to the inside. Still working on him. Noah Gragson going a lap down here. That's really going to split up this battle for the lead. Everyone's having to squeeze by him. Gragson was held up Hocevar there a bit. And that may have brought Chase Briscoe back into the equation. So now, somewhat 8 cars around the battle for, or in this lead pack. Now a pretty big gap back from Reddick to Kyle Larson. Blaney still with the lead. King Mako says it's the Penske master plan. We will see. We will see. Austin Hill continuing to fall after looking very strong early in the race. And Alex Bowman looks like maybe he's stalled out here in his fall. Fell back all the way from the top 5. 23rd. Remember, Alex Bowman could have potentially won this race, I think, last year. But instead of taking Chase Elliott 3 wide, he pushed him. And Chase was able to hold on for the win. I forget which Atlanta race that was, but it was one of them. Bowman had a shot. But he did the good teammate thing. I think Hill might be a bit lower than that. Just a bit lower. Continuing to drop. Hill is on a sinking ship right now. Let's see, we're about to have the battle of mid. Austin Hill and Alex Bowman. Two guys that both ran up there inside the top 10 and have now fallen all the way back into the mid-20s. Hey, Connor Zilich hasn't wrecked yet. How about that? Chase Elliott working his way up. You think Blaney's the best blocker? Maybe like physically blocking. Maybe there's an argument to be made there. I think Hamlin is the best aero blocker, and Logano's not far behind. That is when Penske's not in a down year. Blaney is the best aero. Maybe, but we don't get to see it often. Whenever Blaney does lead, he always loses it under whatever stage breaks or cautions there are. That's the reason he has like the most, I think, green flag passes. Always losing spots on pit road. Jason says out of spite, he's going to listen to Austin Hill's radio with his scanner at the Brickyard. That'll be funny if Pop Richard Childress gets on the radio. These lap cars are really affecting the battle for the lead here. Reddick almost had a shot there, but Blaney using the lapped cars to his advantage, preventing Reddick from getting a run there. Blaney first, Reddick second, Larson third, Logano fourth, fifth, Cindric, sixth, Hocevar, seventh, Austin Dillon, eighth, Briscoe, ninth, Chase Elliott, and 10th, Bubba Wallace. This might be a really short post-race recap. Type my notes here. I heard that the second Atlanta race is going to have a name change to the Dollar Tree 427. I haven't heard that. Blaney's teammates with Logano, so Logano coaching him and blocking. For what it's worth, yeah. Yeah, there could be a little bit of it. Logano was lethal with aero blocking, even before the Gen 7. If you remember the late Gen 6 era, the 550 package, lethal. If he had the lead at a 1.5, you were not going to get by him late in a run. It was not going to, no matter if your car was a second faster at that point, you were not going to get by him. We saw Harvick try to pass him for 30 laps at, what, Texas one year? Or whichever track it was. I think that's when a lot of people's eyes were opened to how bad the aero situation was. First North Wilkesboro points race since 96 is next weekend. Yeah, I think Gordon should hop in the 24 and try to defend his last race win. He's still the defending points race champion. Christian says he wishes these were the old cars. Blaney on Reddick's door would have pulled Reddick around. It could have. But sometimes that ended up taking out both cars. I don't know if you want to see Blaney also wrecked out from the lead. I haven't heard much of Austin Hill on the radio, so I can't speak to his grunting ability. Probably going to see pretty much everybody coming down pit road. Several cars a lap down already. Priest and Keselowski both already down a lap. Guessing these guys are going to take the wave around. You fell asleep in the middle of stage 2 last night and missed the craziness. That is awful, Rusty. Yeah, the business definitely picked up last night. What was the tire fall off like? Non-existent. Non-existent. We checked tire wear when it was like lap 38, I think. And they were running identical lap times to their best laps. Now, there was handling fall off for sure, the further back you went in the field, but there's a reason why the cars were running further back in the field. Their cars just weren't acting right. But anyone in the front pack, they were running pretty much identical lap times to their best lap times. Ryan Blaney, once again, losing spots on pit road. They can't help themselves. Yeah, you have to do it the opposite way. You have to try to wake up in the middle of stage 3 if you're going to time a nap in the middle of a race. Because if there is craziness, the good thing is you're going to wake up probably in the middle of stage 2 because of all the red flags and the delays. A lot of red flags last night. commercial I'm watching is wild. All right, let's take another look at our radar here. See what we can see. Here's Sonoya. This is where they filmed The Walking Dead. So if you're ever in the Atlanta area, you can go and see a few remaining landmarks from the show. And most of it's been torn down, but a lot of the homes from Alexandria still exist and actually have people living in them now. So wouldn't that be wild, living in Rick Grimes' house? And then there's also a restaurant there owned by Norman Reedus, the guy who played Daryl from the TV show. This might dissipate just enough to squeeze by the track, but we still have all this behind it to deal with. I don't know if we're going to get that lucky. But so far, the rain has held off. Are they still filming The Walking Dead? The main TV show has ended, but the spin-offs are still going. Daryl Dixon, still going. Maybe in its final season, but it's still going, I believe. And Dead City, the new season is out. I don't know if there are any other spin-offs currently. But that's about all AMC has right now. If they get rid of The Walking Dead, they lose the rest of their viewers. Initially, there were supposed to be 3 Walking Dead movies. They were going to have a trilogy about Rick Grimes, but they canceled that. I would have definitely watched those movies. Rick was my favorite. Jason said he almost overslept a few years ago and almost missed his best friend's Mike's wedding. And he was the best man. Oh my goodness. Boondock Saints 3? Let me Google this. Christian said something, but it... I see it. This message got blocked by the automod for a second. It says, Blaney's team looks like a monkey. The end of football. If you know that saying, you know the saying. Every week, they even changed every team member besides the Jackman, and they're still bad. You know, the Jackman isn't that bad. It isn't that hard to jack up a car. Well, not for a guy that's on a NASCAR pit crew, for sure. Jason said he sent us 4 pictures. We'll take a look at that when we can. Pace car's about to come back down. Let me look up really quick before we go back. Green. Oh yeah, Boondock Saints 3 is officially in the works. With Thunder Road, the studio behind the John Wick franchise, involved. Will reportedly follow the brothers breaking out of prison. How about that? How about that? I didn't know that was happening. All right, pace car down pit road, and the green flag is once again back out. Tyler Reddick will lead them off. Really solid push here from Blaney. The outside lane, once again, is a bit more disconnected than the inside lane. Outside line rallying back together. Larson with a small advantage now, going into turn 3. Reddick and Larson still side by side. Both disconnected from their pushers. Larson's going to slot in right behind Reddick. Really dangerous move there. He may get stuck middle 3 wide. This really depends on where Bell goes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bell went with Larson, and that didn't work out for him. Bell's going to end up losing a few spots here. That was a risky move. Rusty said earlier he had a salad and dipped each individual piece of lettuce into ranch. Good for you, Rusty. Good for you. I have no further comments on this subject. Kristen says he needs to pair SVG with James Small. Bet we get very funny moments from that pairing. I think they would be inventing new words that we can't air on TV. New phrases that we have never heard before. All right, Austin Dillon now middle 3 wide in the sucker hole right now. Will anyone let him get back in? Bubba Wallace not going to let him back in. That's for sure. Oh my goodness, Blaney just shucked Reddick. Reddick now back to 3rd. And just watch Briscoe. I just want you guys to know Briscoe exists. He's been up here in the top 10 for most of the night. Now he's up here in the top 5. Could tonight be the night for Logano? Doesn't quite have the speed right now, but there's still plenty of time left in the night. All right. Ooh, almost 3 wide for the lead. Larson's trying to make the high side work, trying to get around Blaney, and Reddick's going to support Larson in this battle. Blaney might get a bit freight trained here. Bubba Wallace is going to look to the inside. He's going to go help his buddy. Bubba's been moving up quite well here in this stage 2. Inside lane somewhat forming up right now. Stacy's also making zucchini bread this week. Jason says he used to put peanut butter on his Twinkies for protein and diabetes. To get diabetes? I love peanut butter. King Mako prefers blue cheese ranch. Stacy says Friday she has to make Christian 2 batches of cookies and grilled cheese with ham before she goes to his house. Now, grilled cheese with ham sounds pretty good. So right now, Larson out front. Blaney's still leading the inside line with Hocevar behind him. Blaney's actually going to slot into the high side now. Hocevar leading the inside line temporarily. All right, Larson running a bit lower in the middle of the corner and then diving back to the high side. See how long Blaney can keep. or how long Blaney's going to stay behind Larson. All right. Junior said Hocevar got into the wall. Doesn't seem like it really upset him very much. Still in fourth right now. About to move up to third. Reddick going to slot in behind Hocevar. And Bubba's going to ditch his teammate. At least try to. And Hocevar has somehow shucked Larson off that inside line. Hocevar looking for second. Not going to clear Larson. And might actually lose a couple spots here. Blaney's trying to keep these lanes kind of stacked up on each other. He's playing the draft very well right now. I'm going to die eating peanut butter one day. I've choked on it twice here recently. I'm lucky to be here. I'm going to inhale peanut butter and just die. All right, Blaney's still out front. Inside line being led by Hocevar. Outside line led by Larson. Chase Elliott moving up. Also working that inside line pretty well right now. So Chase Elliott and Hocevar now nose to tail. Let's see if Chase can move up a bit further. Maybe those two can work together to get by Blaney. All right, Hocevar now jumping into the outside line. That leaves Chase Elliott with very little help down low. The field staying much closer together in this second stage so far. All right, while we are under this side-by-side. Oh, okay. I saw some dark clouds outside the track, and we've definitely had some progression in this weather system. We're going to try to thread the needle here. We're going to hope and pray this is not rain and it just passes by the track. We're going to hope. And then try to thread this needle somehow. A lot of rain behind this system, so we need it to stay dry. A lot of times when there's a threat of weather in the area, the racing really picks up. And then a lot of times you end up getting a lot of cautions because the racing is picked up so much. G Danger says, tonight is the night. And he's feeling right. Justin says his RFK guys are doing so awful. Well, they did not start stage one out well. And it does not seem like Brad took the wave around the last time by. It would have been a bad strategy call to take the wave around, so I don't blame him. I'm sure they were hoping for a quick caution there, and it just did not fall. And Priest got the free pass. Busher wasn't that much far in front of him. That much further in front of him. You were surprised to see lap traffic. Some of these guys just did not fire off well at all. Bowman and Hill still running really close to each other. They were running inside the top 10 at the start of this race. Hill moved up inside the top 10. Bowman started up front and fell all the way back to the low side of the mid-pack. Chase still all alone on that inside line. Now he's going to dive in behind Bubba Wallace. Some of these guys at the front of the pack are diving low in the middle of the corner and then going back to the high side on exit. Hocevar had the lead temporarily. Reddick was clear just for a second, but Hocevar is going to battle back on the outside. Hocevar is going to drop bottom here in the middle of 1 and 2. Play back up to the high side here. Time to see the Hocevar Warriors to come out of the woodworks. It's their time to shine. Their Dale Earnhardt is leading a super speedway again. Depending on which group of people you're talking to, that could be controversial in different ways. Eric Jones up here for the first time. I believe he was hovering around the backside of the top 10, but here he is, up here with the lead pack. Reddick saying he got into the wall here. Reddick gonna slot in behind Larson in 5th place. So right now we have Hocevar in the lead, Blaney 2nd, and Bubba Wallace 3rd. Reddick getting stuck middle 3 wide. Bell, no help down low. Not sure how he's intending to make that work. They're gonna figure things out. Chase Elliott's migrated back to somewhat running that high line. He just had no help down low. So maybe Riley Herbst in the outside wall there. Still at speed. You posted the diecast in the community. Very nice. I'll have to take a look at it. JJ Smith says 23 car needs to win 3 in a row. It's now his turn. Maybe. I mean, you think with the success of the Toyotas, he would have at least won 1, but started out the year well, was 2nd in points for a few weeks, and then free fell for a while. But it seems like the speed and the momentum has come back into that team a little bit. He's been able to run both the inside and the outside line, so the handling looks pretty good on that 23 car. That's the ugliest car you've ever seen. Byron's car. I wouldn't call it ugly. It's just very plain. It looks like they wrecked out their primary and then just wrapped the secondary or put some decals on the backup car. Oh! Larson almost got to the outside of Reddick, but Reddick just, there really wasn't enough room there for Larson to take the run. Larson backed out of it and lost a couple spots in that whole deal. JJ says it's not his favorite car, but he'd like to see him win some races. I have a lot of people like that I would just like to see, but they're not necessarily my favorite. Nothing wrong with that. '23's biggest problem is horrible pit crew. There's a few crews like that where they will always, almost always let down their drivers. And one of them for O'Reilly, which is kind of wild because it's their most successful driver right now, is Justin Allgaier. Almost every time they come down pit road, they lose 2 to 3 spots. Almost every time. He'll win a stage, lose 4 spots. Has to spend the rest of the stage trying to get it back. Byron and his crew chief arguing a bit. All is not well. Trouble in paradise. Christian, we talked about the mid-race or the mid-season challenge before the race started. I did a whole like 3-minute segment on it. We pulled up the bracket. It was wild. You should have been there. Jason said Trisha made a great dinner and now he's stuffed like a turkey on Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving. All right, back under commercial here. Blaney out front. They've really been trading the lead on this run. It seems like the field's gotten a lot more competitive after making some adjustments. The track has cooled off a bit. That has a lot to do with it. So if we are able to make it, if the rain holds off, we could have a really fun stage 3. All right, we will have green flag stops coming up in what? 30 laps if we're lucky. We may see some guys come down sooner if they are really having handling issues, but there's not a huge difference between fresh tires and the lap times they're running now, so it's not like they're going to gain 5 seconds by coming in 10 laps early. You know, it's not how it's going to work here tonight. The draft matters way more than fresh rubber. Head for the mountains of bush, light beer. Justin says Cindric's going to make the chase. We will see. They're definitely going to have some strong runs. If Brad can turn it around and return to the speed he had at the start of the season, I could see Brad knocking Cindric out. RFK looked like they were really moving in the right direction, and then Brad just kind of has fallen apart the last maybe 5-6 weeks. Blaney and Gilliland are the only two you have left to root for in the midseason challenge. If they can't win it, Bell has to. You just have to find a night where you haven't, spent all day at Amazon and plan something out. I'm sure... I just have a feeling, Jason, that you could make a good pot of chili. Who's getting lapped now? I'm not sure. I wasn't looking at that time. You missed the last of stage 1 up to now. Did you miss anything? The racing has really picked up. Hocevar got up there and led. Larson was up there for a bit. They traded the lead back and forth for a while. Blaney was able to retake it. Reddick got into the wall. Chase Elliott's been moving up a bit. Larson's recently fallen back, and Eric Jones is kind of on the move. So we have some comers and goers. The battle at the front's definitely a lot closer than it was in stage 1. And the rain has moved closer to the track. So right now, We are in the danger zone. Heavy clouds. Maybe we get lucky. Lightning in the area. Potentially a 30-minute delay. Depending on what the delay does here, we may fire up some race, I don't know, drafty car. I don't know if I want to go through all the trouble of setting up NASCAR 25. But now, because we're under caution, whenever they are allowed to go back out on track, hopefully if it doesn't rain, we won't have green flag pit stops, and these teams will have another opportunity to adjust on the cars. So the run to the end of stage 2, especially the run to halfway, could be really action-packed. We could see our first big one. Mean sloppy joes, tacos, burgers, bacon, macaroni, and cheese. Oh, we have lightning in the area. No rain yet. So, according to the radar that Fox has, or not Fox, TNT, this cell actually has a lot more red inside of it. We're looking at a composite radar, so it's not as accurate at the local level. But they're saying there is lightning within 8 miles of the track. All right. Red flagged here. I'm going to go floss real quick. I had some little steak bites or steak tips. Yeah, that's the term. Steak tips before the stream, and I had to floss. It was bothering me this whole time. Yes! I just midair killed a gnat. I feel like a missile defense system. I don't know where they come in. I don't know if it's through a gap in the window. There's a gap above the front door. Maybe they get in that way, but they just swarm me. Even though I have a fly trap outside the front door that is just coated in bugs. Drivers out of their cars. Yeah, they were ordered out of their cars, so it's not great. Not great. Oh, goodness. Cloud to ground lightning. Man. So the reason why they really take this seriously is there was a fan struck by lightning at Pocono one year. And, you know, obviously they don't want to repeat that event, but it's become policy at basically every outdoor event of any decent size. Concerts, outdoor concerts, they'll do this. They'll do this at football games. You know, if there's lightning in the area, everybody has to go into the stands or take cover for 30 minutes. All right, that's our latest update. That looks like it's going to pass right over the track. It may be a small little bit of rain. Who knows? But it seems like we are going to be under an extended period of... Oh, it's raining at the track. It is raining at the track. Yeah, it seems like our radar was pretty spot on there. You know, this is a... You know, it looked like that was going to pass over. And on their radar, this was red. It was a red streak. So, yeah, it looks like this is going to pass over. Hopefully it stops soon. But this is at least going to be, you know, maybe an hour of rain delay. The longer the rain delays go, you know, the less chance there is of us doing a full post race. This is probably already going to wrap up at like midnight if we're lucky. So what we can do, I'm not going to race the real Atlanta or the EchoPark because that one sucks. Let's go to NASCAR Heat 5. Let's pull up Heat 5. And we'll just do some racing. Since they aren't going to, we will. This will definitely change the handle on the cars. This is going to wash the rubber off the track. And this will also cool things down on track. So what team is going to be able to keep up with these changes, and who might this benefit? Yeah, we could have several red flags. It's crazy how much fluid got dropped on track the other night, but most of them weren't for impacts. Most, like, I think a couple were just guys blowing up. That was wild. Let me activate the game capture. All right. Should I make that bigger or should I just leave it where it is? I'll just leave it where it is for now. All right, so let's go to our options. I'm going to try to set this up to run as much like current Atlanta as we can. No stability. You guys trying to run a road course last time we were here. Let's go. Need to go to the AI. How do I manage that? All right, skill range narrow, stability. Normal's fine. Starting spread compressed. Yeah, let's go normal on all this. Draft effect high. Skill rate, yeah. So I think we're good. Save and continue. I will back down the percentage here. I don't know, 104. That might be a bit much for this track because it's not going to run like actual Atlanta. It's the old configuration. Jed Burton had front brakes hanging up like his teammate did in qualifying. That's what took him out of the race last night before it started. Two cars, same teams. Oh, they were definitely trying something. Oh, I don't want to do a career. Race now. We will go with the Cup Series. And let's go, well, Ryan Blaney might be the most similar car in the field. Just about everyone else is in some other scheme or team. Could go with Mr. Kyle Busch. I'll go ahead and do that. And head to Atlanta. I don't know how this is going to go. Let's see, quick race settings. Are we on? We're on 100%. We'll just do that for now. And hopefully we can keep up. Yes, Christian on switching grooves. You missed the Gen 6 second best looking gen of NASCAR. Gen 3 number 1. I could see that. All right, I don't know if we're going to be able to keep up here. I haven't done 102. That may be too much for us at this track. I don't know my controls. Already losing ground here. Getting through the gears. Oh, we are loose. I set it to 1 tick loose, and it is really loose. Christian's doing Bob Cockress's job. Yo, Bob's too busy covering IndyCar half the year now. Gonna keep our foot in it that time. Corey LaJoy in the field with us. Welcome back, Corey LaJoy. Here's Tyler Reddick in the field. I believe this was maybe his first year in the 8. Man, we can't even keep up with these guys. I'm flat out around the track. We are so loose. Oh my goodness. Reddick coming down in front of us. And then who is this next to us? Suarez in his weird off year with the 96 team. There you go, finally getting around these bums. It feels like we're losing power down the straightaway at times. I'm not doing anything, it's just losing power on its own. Sloppy Joe and Danny. You can't stand Danny B. He's a nice guy, though. Now we can wrap the bottom. I am completely on the gas. I don't know why we're losing speed like this. This can't be right. This cannot be right. I need to go test my input here. Wait. I think I figured it out already. I was like, we are going all out around this track. There's no way I'm getting past like this. So it looks like we're going to be under this for an extended period of time. So I'm going to go ahead and make the game capture full screen. That's the way weather works, Rusty. Maybe you just live right next to the track, though. Oh, that's because Danny B is he's a Tennessee guy. So he's like our little brother in a way that his team is not as good as ours. You know, Titans fans are obsessed with the Colts. We're too worried about other things like, I don't know, building Peyton Manning statues. That's all we have now. Ah, Bowman's starting in the rear with me. Here we go. Now we're keeping up. Go down a block real quick. My throttle wasn't going down all the way. Oh, we are so loose. I may have to back that down. Let's go ahead and push Bobby Carter. Just get him clear. I was going to stay in line behind him, but he doesn't want the smoke. See if we can gain some ground here on Stenhouse. Yes, he's like our little brother. That's what I think of Titans fans. Hold it. McDowell almost lost it there. 21 not able to keep it under us. Great run on the high side. We're going to give a big shove to Haley. Coming up behind C-Bell. Oh, here's a little push. Have a couple rookies in front of us. All right, moving through the pack slowly but surely. The field is kind of spread apart like they are today. You're a full 369 miles from EchoPark. Now I'm just going to draw a 369-mile circle around the track and find you. It's that easy. Well, no, behind Reddick, one of the potential front runners in today's race, BJ McLeod having an 18th place run. Yeah. If you leave now and avoid all police officers, you can make it. I don't know how often you guys do this, but sometimes I just think about, man, if I just drove full speed in this car, how quickly you could make it some places. We need American Autobahns. We're going to help out Mr. Atlanta here so they can ring the siren for stage one. Or wait, we don't have stages. I guess I have them turned off. It's pouring and standing water on the track. So yeah, we're probably looking at least a couple hours before we go back green. I may need to start saving fuel. Gonna get under Newman here. Welcome back, Justin. Justin's back, but the track is not. Tuck in behind Boyer here. We are outrunning the Gen 7 car around this track, running half a second fast run, halfway used tires. I wouldn't say quite halfway. Atlanta's just rough on tires. Milking. I'm guessing you meant to say making. standing water, especially in the seams right now, all along this track. You're going to a non-wing sprint car race on July 27th at Circle City Raceway. That should be fun. Jason has a lot of racing coming up. He'll be at the Indianapolis races here in a couple weeks. We'll be watching for him on TV. Oh my goodness, that was close. We're 110 laps remaining in today's race. All right, Boyer's moving. Larson's falling back a bit. Maybe on old tires, Brad will back up to us a bit. Orio's running well through the corners, but on the straightaway, he's slowing us down. It's also raining here. Whoa, Boyer. Boyer, what are you doing? Boyer got real big in the mirror there for a second. I just looked over on my monitor. I see they're showing Spider-Man. Just a big red dot above you, Rusty. That's how Florida is, though. At any moment, there could be a severe storm approaching. It's slowly closing in on the top 10 here. No draft yet from Busch, but we see his nameplate popping up. Oh, come on. I had barely any steering input in the car, and it just... I was wanting to see if I was bogging the car down with my steering input, so I let up on it a little bit. We got into the wall. Tires are not looking very good. Running a little around, running around, I guess, a second and a half off the pace. At least on that lap. Maybe a second off the pace at most. Just killed another nap. One more victim. Our day's been pretty well, Hamlin fan. I hope your day's been all right. Prelude to the Slinger Nationals is on. That should be a fun watch. Slinger's a fun track, a really fun track. Yes, caution is out. We're looking pretty good, to be honest. Car feels decent. It's a little loose, but it was still making decent laps. Feels just really spread out there. If someone wants to look up a good setup for this track, we can run it into the next pit cycle. Now we've taken out 2 gnats so far. One mid-air and one was a ground strike, if you can refer to my mic as the ground. Bush brothers back together. Oh, we are going to get in the outside wall real hard. We were going too fast in the draft. Car came around on me. I don't think I pushed it that hard at the start of this race. Yes, Nat missile. The only part of the year that gets complicated for me is college football, because they usually run the O'Reilly races when LSU football is on TV. Oh, we hit the rev limiter right before corner entry. Are you serious? Car got a little free there, and Eric Jones is there to fill the gap. So the loose condition really affects us at the start of these runs. I am tired of Eric Jones. He may be my teammate, but he's killing us right now. Bowman giving us a little shove off the corner. Come on, Alex. Come on, Alex. We're going to slide it up the track here. I wanted Bowman to continue pushing. He was a better draft partner. Bowman couldn't stay with me. Thank you, Bowman, for your service. Now we're here with Matt Kenseth, not Kyle Larson. Marco, good to see you. 3 a.m. for Marco. I'm sorry that this race is going to wrap up right as your workday is beginning. Yes, hopefully we don't lose power. Either of us. We're back up to where we were when the caution fell. To get a shove here from Bowman, maybe. Kind of the worst place on track to get a shove is corner entry. Lose some ground on that straightaway. Oh, Alex Bowman around. Oh no, he saves it. I was thinking we were gonna get a caution there. No, Marco. Marco is our Italian friend. Says the 24 is our draft partner, but I don't see him. I don't know what I need to do with our tire pressures to get up there and fight. What's our oil temp at? It's already pretty high. I probably shouldn't try to push it any further. These guys in front of us are side by side. That's bringing them back to us slowly. Really loose in 3 and 4. See another Nat. Target acquired. One day I'm just going to give up and start inhaling them. Blaney out front, just like real life. The Florentina. TNT labeled Nashville as June 14th, 2026. I don't know when that was. And here we are. Oh, we're getting a little bogged down here. Give Joey a shove. Ooh, Joey almost lost it. Loose. Another caution out. We improved our position a little. We're at 68% in the right front. We could keep our track position. We could also pit. We can experiment with this. We'll go ahead and pit. Jason, his favorite Atlanta's from the 90s. All right, we'll see you, Hamlin fan. Yes, we're an apex predator. I don't know, the gnats might be. There's so many of them. They may just kidnap me one night and fly away. We did not drop too far back because of how many cars have gone a lap down already. Here's Bowman. Oh, that's Johnson. Bowman's still in the 88. That's right. We've worked with him a couple times tonight. 7-time. And a power by Kenseth on the inside on fresher tires. Car almost came around on us there. Oh no, Logano, save it! Oh, Logano around. Aggressive goes around. Everyone's pitting. Not everyone, but if you are. We don't really need to. We just did, but we will go. Now we'll stay out. Little contact there with Logano, sent him around. It was awful. Awful timing there. Corner entry, he got really upset, tried to save it, overcorrected. Had to catch it a second time, and it came around on him. Harvick to the lead. Stick to the booth, Harvick. Little contact there with Harvick. All right, our first time in the lead. I think that contact earlier with Chase maybe dented our bumper a little bit. Out. Trying to watch the TV still. Showing Carson Hocevar's pre-race segment from earlier. Thank you, Jason. Who is that? Is that Almirola? No, that's Chase Elliott. I didn't think Chase was going to follow us through the pack like that. Not used to being out front. Just kind of playing it safe here. So here we are under rain delay right now, so I'm just racing to fill the time. I like the late night races. I don't, however, like having to wake up early the next day. Blaney's already back up to second place. We're gonna have to deal with him in a second. I may continue experimenting with the tire pressures, going lower. But we may at some point have to add wedge to the car. Here comes Blaney. Uh-oh. He's gotten to the wall right in front of him. He intimidated us. We'll let him go. I hope Blaney's not one of the cars with fresher tires, because he would have a few laps extra fuel than us. Right now, Blaney can kind of give us a tow around the track. Uh-oh. We just hit the temp warning. We hit 260. That's the danger zone. We may want to take that tape back off of the grill. Brake check Blaney, we could have. He's scrubbing left speed on corner exit than we are. Oh, come on. We had a really good corner there and I messed it up. Blaney's going to run away with us, or run away from us for a little bit. Good corner for us. I spent a lot of time turning laps in these games. I tried to adjust it to make it race more like today's Atlanta, but it is really spread out right now. Uh-oh. Yes, hopefully we don't explode any tires today. We have 38 laps of fuel left. What's been going on so far? So Blaney, for most of the night, has looked like the strongest car. Reddick is also up there. Larson occasionally up there, although he's fallen back a little bit at times. Not outside the top 10, though. Bowman started towards the front. He fell back to around the mid-20s. Austin Hill started further back, ran his way up inside the top 10, and then he fell back to around the mid-20s. Brad Keselowski got in the wall early on in the first few laps of the race. He is a lap down. And other than that, Hocevar running pretty well up there in the top 5. Chase Elliott's made his appearance in the top 10 now. Bubba Wallace looks pretty strong. And a lot of comers and goers. But now the track is going to completely reset. This rain's going to cool the track off. And there's not going to be any rubber on the track either. So the handling of these cars is going to be a big question mark if we're able to get back out on track tonight. We're slipping a bit. I just bogged down the car a lot with a lot of wheel input. You haven't cut your hair since 17? Wow. It was never that long. I'll say that. All right. I would like to see this run green, I think, but I wouldn't doubt we get a caution here. Almost lost it. We do have Air Titans lining up on track. That's a good sign. That is a really good sign. I was not the cause. I was merely a symptom. I don't know what's happening Thursday, Dr. Derp. I don't know what's going on. All I have planned for Thursday is work. I think we have a 1 o'clock meeting this Thursday. A 9:30 and a 1 o'clock. Hey, I don't think I caused the race to be restarted. The game crashed for those guys. I'm pretty sure they would have finished the race if their games hadn't have crashed. But if that's how it wants to be remembered, I will gladly take that position. The real Ors Xfinity cost me a race at Daytona. We had a good shot to be up there in the top 5. And then Xfinity was doing work this last week, and they somehow shut down the power to over 1,000 households. Last Thursday, that was my stream went down on Friday. They need to stop having night races on Sunday night. I do prefer the night races on Saturday. I will say that. But the ratings, the reason they do it that way is apparently ratings are really high on Sunday compared to Saturday. Yeah. First I have to train. You know, wrestling's unique because you not only have to train to deliver moves, you also have to train to take moves. In a lot of wrestling moves, it's not even the guy who delivers it. It's really the guy taking the move that makes everything happen. You could send random Joe Schmo out there into the ring with, you know, the greatest wrestlers of our time, and it wouldn't be a good fight because they wouldn't know how to take the moves. Here's Timmy Hill. I would, if I was doing, if I had a wrestling match planned, I would get on the most illegal supplements there are and show up looking like prime Hulk Hogan. Olympic athletes would want to take my blood as a supplement. That's how illegal it would be. At least NASCAR Heat 5 has one realistic aspect. Timmy Hill running in last. Here's Bubba Wallace here, and 34th. Back at old Atlanta, maybe that was realistic, but nowadays, he's kind of a better Ricky Stenhouse. He can be good on other tracks, but he's also always in the mix at these plate-style tracks. Oh, Google Fiber. I would switch to Google Fiber immediately. Well, it's no longer Google Fiber. It's called G Fiber. Bobby Carter outrunning Bubba Wallace. How about that? That was a really weird line I took there out of the quad oval. Somewhat messed up our exit. Josh Balicki back here in the 7. That was super dangerous. Yeah, give me some 3-inch lifts and I'll tower over most people. Not you, Jason. You're already massive. All right, those right sides are looking pretty rough. We would still be outrunning the Gen 7 cars, though. The temps are not too bad, though. So we're still running pretty decent in terms of grip level. Oh no. If I'm the next Baron Corbin, it means I'll get a really good job with WWE and then get fired, even though the fans liked him. I would be there at tapings of SmackDown, and Baron would be the pre-TV match, and he would always get the fans cheering, but then he would never show up on TV. Eric, me to wrestle Eric? Eric's a big dude. He is a really big dude. I would have to be the heel in the fight. I would have to cheat. Now, I don't know how big Michael is, but Michael has that high energy personality. I think he could do wrestling well. Baron used to play for the Colts. I feel like I knew that, but that's wild to hear. Good to see a Hamlin fan again. We're still waiting on this race to go back green. The Air Titans were lining up to start track drawing operations. I could wrestle Musk. Now, Musk is older. That might go well. Yeah, Doodlebug, he's at least 6'9.5". Oh, dear. That was a perfect time for a caution. That was the perfect time. The field is so spread out. It's actually ridiculous. We can probably keep tape where it is. Well, smooth throttle doesn't really help us here. We're hardly ever out of the throttle. Matt really took advantage of us there. I don't know what the car's going to handle like. I lowered the pressures a bit more. I'm a little worried it's going to come around on us at some point. It's already trying to. You guys see how sideways it is? Oh, wow. Sliding all the way up the track. We just have to survive about 10 laps, and I think it'll come into our favor. Oh, man, there's no wheel input there. It was just trying to turn on us. Oh, I need to go up probably half a round on the wedge. Come on, Bowman. May need to take a higher line here while we adapt to the car. We're not looking too hot right now. That oil temp's not looking too well either. And we've just lost speed this last run. It may be because of the oil temp. I think the engine starts losing power the higher you go. Or it's because we're sliding the tires. Great push from Kenseth. Great push. Even though we're still off speed, we are still down speed right now. Oh. Okay, I think I know why. We may have just fixed it. I don't think my throttle is engaging completely. And it still might not be. Whoa, whoa, Matt. Maybe don't just ride me in the corner. ride my bumper. He let us turn a fast lap, but good night, Matt. Yeah, it can cause engine failure, but we're not that high yet. We're just 1 degree over at the moment. I just don't think we're getting the most speed out of this car. Miles per hour is very twitchy right now. Welcome back, Stacy. I already have my controller plugged up. We could run some drafty car here for a little bit. Run up the drafty car. Are they playing Wipeout right now? They're playing Wipeout. Please look at the picture. So those don't get sent directly to my phone. I have to log into a website to access these. I don't know who that was, but last Sunday someone just sent me the text message, Chase Briscoe. Guessing the first one is your brother, and then your dad. And then maybe your mother as the last one. Very strong DNA in that family. Let's go ahead and look at our settings. We need to switch resolution. There we go. All right, let's go to single race. We'll race in the cup. I don't know what car we have, so this is a mixed bag. What could happen here? Next winter, you'll come. Yeah, we'll see what we can do, Marco. We'll see what we can do. All right, green flag is out. We're going to tuck in line behind Kyle. We're going to block Corey Heim here. We're going to trust in Kyle. He's going to take us to the promised land. We're getting left behind here. What is happening to the field? What's the look back button? Okay, that. We're going to get freight trained here. There must have been a caution. I didn't see anything, but... Oh, there is a caution. One car around. Two cars around now. And up in the air. Sorry, Kyle. Nothing personal. To the lead on lap 2. Let's drag the brake a bit. Reconnect with the car behind us. Drag a little more. There we go. Oh, no. Oh, no. The field's wrecking again. Up and over. I made the wrong move. Let's just stay in line here. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Is this Corey LaJoy? What are you doing? Let's go with Alex Bowman here. No. You stay where you are. Little shove there to Bowman. Bowman into Kyle. Another caution behind us. I don't see anything, though. All right. Let's try to get a push from Corey. He's not going to deliver one. We were going to go to the lead, but we have no help. And we're not going to get any help up here. I need to get low as soon as I can. Side by side for the lead. Okay, we're going to steal. Ryan, is that Blaney? He's in the 21, but Blaney was listed as being next to me, I think. Pretty even at the front of the pack. We've gotten really split apart. A lot of cautions in today's race. That is Jason in Indiana. He's going to be at the Indianapolis races in a couple weeks. 3 wide for second place. Let's see if they can form up behind us. Not a lot of competitors remaining. This is not how your traditional drafty car race goes. You've had so much attrition. And boy, we are flying. I don't know why we're running 201, but this is nice. I think we've somehow glitched the game. Coming to the line. The winner. The winner. What is he doing? What's that? He was fishing. Let's run a single race in the truck series and see if they fix the truck series. I've heard Aldi has their own off-brand energy drinks. Yeah, King and I, we can make it up to Indianapolis pretty easily. Takes a few hours, but it's not a bad drive. All right, we'll go ahead and run with this bottom line for a second. We have a push coming. We'll just stay planted. I'm not going to get left behind. Bottom line. Oh, we already have a wreck behind us. One car up and over. Let's go ahead and jump up to that high side. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stay where you are, Ben Rhodes. Getting a good push from 2 trucks right now. Go ahead and slide completely in front of this truck. All right, let's drag the brake. Drag the brake. I might get run over here. Okay, we're lucky we didn't crash there. Drag the brake. That inside line may overtake us if they can stop battling with each other. 10,000 miles, that's not bad at all. Making up some ground. Okay, we're gonna fall back here for a bit. We kind of broke apart that inside line. Good draft here. These guys are 3 wide. They need to figure it out. Okay, we have no help. All right, help maybe on the way? Not really. All right, the field's coming behind us. Stay with me. Oh, they're going to try to steal my draft. I know we're going to make a good move here. Okay, we're just going to stay in line for a second. Marco Andretti in the field in the 04. I wish they're in the 51 truck. I'm going to drag the brake and go ahead and get back here. I don't want to be a part of the group that gets run over. Oh, it's the last lap. I need to take this. Coming to the line. Side by side, we're getting a push. And he's wrecking. Our main competition's wrecking. They're all wrecking behind us. Even second place is wrecking. Coming across the line. We will take victory. That was wild. Jason says his younger brother Steven is a certified ASC mechanic and has a bunch of tools and 4 big toolboxes. That's awesome. That's a great skill to have. All right, let's go ahead and look at our weather here. Okay. So an update from the track. Looks like there's still maybe some light rain in the area. Honestly, by the time they get it cleared out, there may be more on the way. Just a big line of rain here. We can I wouldn't say probably. We can maybe get to halfway if this stuff can get through. But this being a 1.5, we're looking at least an hour to an hour and a half to get this track dry. Not looking great. Not looking great. Let's go with the rookie rush. Oh, I did not reopen it. Reopen the game capture.
All right, let's go.
That is a wild thing to do, Jason. cradling a very large grown man. Good progress so far. No help behind, though. I'm going to sneak down to the inside here. That outside line's about to take off. Oh, we're in the sucker hole. All right, here we are. Our field's really spread apart here. Sponsor needed. That's what our car says. Top tuning place for NHRA. They do a lot of tuning in the NHRA. And rebuilding the motors after every run. That is just wild. Someone's wrecking. Who is it? Oh, one up and over behind us. And somehow we got to the lead. I'm just kind of following everyone through the field. All right, we shuffled him out successfully. Isabella Robusto behind us. Let's go ahead and drag the brake a bit. Isabella's staying with us. We are going to lead that third lap. Bobby Hamilton Jr. in third. Field is on its way. Let's drag the brake. Drag the brake. Still managing the runs so far. I'm obliged. Oh no! No! They wrecked us. Up and over, through the air. Where are they? Where did the field go? Did we all... Is that it? We got obliterated. No, it's going to be sporting that paint scheme? No kidding. Sponsor needed is his company's motto the last 32 years. Well, at least I'm in good company. All right, green flag is out. Alliances are forming. Like that outside lane had a lot of motion. But you can really get trapped up here. No help from behind, so we're good for now to stay where we are. All right, we'll see you, King. Caution's out. I don't see anyone. Oh, and there they go. Uh-oh. Joe Nemechek trying to come up the track. Good merge there. Steal a push. Here we go. The sea's really parted for us here. Okay, we're getting crowded here. Not a fan of that. See if we can steal this bump somewhat. Oh no, we're getting left. They're trying to leave us. Don't leave me. All right. He almost had the lead. Gonna leave that high side. Ooh, really big push coming from behind. We are locked in. Barely got to the lead there. I was worried that run was going to give the inside line a really big advantage. All right, let's drag the brake. Timmy Hill behind us. Oh, no. All right, here we are. All right, second place. I'm going to drag the brake. I'll let the leader go. White flag, 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Oh no, we've officially lost the pack. That was awful. That was the worst case scenario for us, is that car spinning right in front of us. And he came back up the track too. No help from behind, no help. Can't even steal a push. Looks like we're going to be lucky to finish in the top 10 here. Caution is out once more. They're wrecking in front of us across the line. All right. Still under weather delay. You expect TV ratings down for second cup race in a row? Could be. Could be. They may be up just because it was Atlanta, but also, like, it is TNT. That's a cable network. That does happen on occasion. We'll head back to the main menu. Is there anyone online? No one online on Drafty Car. Let's head to Grand National. Yeah, in this game specifically, we don't even push the throttle. It just goes for you. The only control you really have is left and right and the brake. Steal a push there. We are 5 wide at the front.
Bottom 3. Middle 3 wide. 1 outside.
Got lucky to catch that one. Great run we have here.
4. 2 inside. Middle 3.
Oh, come on. He gave up on me.
4 wide. 2 outside. Bottom 3.
Okay. Okay, we're getting left behind here. Let me get over as soon as I can.
4. Clear line.
We're doing a great job of slowing down this line to my outside.
Middle 4. Just 2. Middle 3. 1
Gonna have to work our way back up into the top 10.
1 outside.
I would not wager against it,
Bottom of 3.
Jason. Uh-oh. Crash ahead of us. Can't see a thing.
Middle 4.
No, we're involved. Oh, and up and over. The Tabasco fiasco has been eliminated. Let's go again. Still waiting on today's race to get back underway.
Go. Green, green, green.
For 24 hours a day. Another European Union legislation. Oh, we're getting left behind here at the start of today's race. Let's go ahead and drag the brake.
Top of 2. Top of 3. Just 2 here.
A little help coming, but not much. I didn't want to get stuck behind him. Now we're about to go in the sucker hole. Let's not allow that to happen.
Top 3. Bottom of 2.
I'll block 2 lanes here. And somehow we pushed Daniel Dye to the lead.
Bottom 2 wide.
Daniel Dye just broke up my supporting line. We're gonna stay where we are. Caution. Justin Allgaier up and over right in front of the whole field.
Clear.
Sending another car up and over. There's another car getting sideways. They're still flipping. And another car up in the air.
Back to 2. All clear. Back to 2. Middle 3 wide. Just 2 here.
I would not doubt it,
Clear all around.
Michael. February to March is when Marco makes his appearance in the States. I don't know if you followed Freddie at all on Twitter. You can be the new Freddie.
4 wide. Hold your line. Middle 3.
Go ahead and steal this push. Little run here. No opening to the inside, though.
Top of 2. Middle 3. Bottom 2
Need to get back to the high side, actually.
Middle 3.
Barely busted my way through there. All right, now we're getting left by the outside line. That's fine.
Outside.
Maintain, maintain.
Middle 3. Bottom of 3.
Just able to make it back in front of him.
Outside, still there.
Now we can block 2 lines here.
3 wide. 4, 2 inside. Middle of 3.
Now we're side by side. Don't want that to happen.
Top of 2.
Here we go. We can block 2 lines right where we are.
All clear. Middle 3. Outside. Clear.
It's the last lap. I need a push, though. No!
Outside.
The wrong line's getting the push.
Bottom 3 wide.
This is all going to be on the cars behind us.
You're clear.
With a fantastic push. We're going to have a car go around, running towards the line. We will take the win as they explode behind us. Whew. Here we go. Okay. Let's close out of that one. There's the window capture. All right, still track drawing operations underway. Let's look back at the radar. Has not improved very much. There's our window capture. Oops. Yeah, here we are. I want this menu to go away. Wait, can I? Let's go satellite. So there is our track. Currently in the midst of this mess. Let me see if I can find a local radar that may be a little more accurate. And I'm also going to step away for a second. I'll be right back. I exploded my controller. All a part of the plan. All better. All right. Let's open up another racing game. Let's do some could do NASCAR 25. Go ahead and open up some NASCAR 25. I was going to run some Wreckfest, but initially we were just under caution for a lightning delay, so I was hoping it wouldn't be that long. But since we do have a little more time on our hands, we'll go ahead and set up the wheel. I think Bert Kreischer is always drunk. I think that's half of his whole gimmick. All right, let's go to a quick race. We will do Cup. We will pick my own custom paint scheme and head to Echo Park. All right. Let's skip qualifying. Are they postponing until tomorrow? Not yet. That is why we are still here, Mr. Hawktua. Ladies and gentlemen, celebrity Hawktua in the chat.
The drivers are ready. The fans are on.
Still waiting on the race to go back green. Last time we saw it, the Air Titans were lining up on track, but they may still be raining in the area.
Fire it up.
Right now, they're just showing reruns of Wipeout on TNT. So we ran some NASCAR Heat 5. We ran some Drafty Car. And now,
One inside.
we're going to run some NASCAR 25. You going to bed? All right.
Stay high. Clear.
I can call you when the race goes back green if you do want to watch. If it goes back green. When Allgaier retires, do we still see the yearly return of his ARCA team at the dirt races? I'm not sure what his plan is. DD12 is playing the race from Mexico. Interesting. It'd be crazy if they had flow racing as well and started playing the prelude to Slinger.
Car inside.
A lot of frame rate
Still
issues
there.
here.
Car outside. 3 wide. 1 high. Clear low. Stay low. Outside.
I don't know how to turn off
1
my
high. 1 outside.
my mirror. That would give us a few frames. It's not that button.
3 wide. Car high.
Where's
1
my
high.
D-pad?
Car high.
It's not those buttons. L2,
outside.
L3, there we go. So we don't have a track map anymore. Or not track map, we don't have a mirror.
Stay low.
You have to be really
1
careful
high.
here. I wonder if this
Outside
counts as
now.
a mirror.
3 wide.
Like if it'll lower our frames.
Outside door.
Maybe it still is.
3 wide.
We'll just go into chase since we don't have a mirror
all clear.
anymore.
Car outside. Car low. Clear inside. Car outside.
I should be practicing for
3
Portland.
wide. 4 wide.
I
Outside.
Should be,
3
definitely,
wide.
but I'm not
1 outside. 4 wide.
because it is Atlanta
Outside door.
race
3 wide.
weekend. So I'm trying to keep it
Car
somewhat
outside.
topical,
Outside now.
which is one reason we
4
didn't
wide.
just re-download
3
Wreckfest.
wide. 4 wide. 3 wide.
So this is how
Outside
Atlanta did race before
4
the
wide.
track aged a bit.
3 wide. 4 wide. 3 wide. 4 wide. 4 wide. 5 wide.
5
4
wide at Atlanta.
3 wide.
Let's go ahead and see if we can shove
Car outside.
Kosovar up the track. Like, dude, you have your own line to
Car
run,
outside.
man. You don't have to crowd me, Kosovar. I'm gonna see a
3 wide.
W in streetcar. That's not happening. It's gonna
3
be
wide. Outside.
probably Gary just obliterating
Outside.
the majority of the field. Might see a few
outside.
guys up there. From what I've heard in the Discord, there's a
1
few
outside.
guys whose main
3
gimmick
wide.
is
4 wide.
running well at the
3
road
wide.
courses. So you might see a few new faces up there.
1 outside. Car outside. 4 wide. Car outside.
Come on, Larson, give me some
3
room.
wide. Outside.
I
3
will
wide.
force my way up the track.
Car outside. 3 wide. 4 wide.
I'm
1
not going to
inside.
do that.
3 wide. 4 wide. 1 outside. 3 wide.
When all races,
4 wide.
what all races in the series going to be random streetcar?
Car outside. 3 wide.
I mean, we're going to be running all the
1
series.
outside.
ARCA.
3 wide.
ARCA may not make another
3 wide.
appearance to the finale at
Car
Talladega.
outside.
But I think this next week is
1 up
the
high.
Xfinity Series at Portland. Then we're going to
1
Charlotte,
outside.
Indianapolis,
3
Dover,
wide. Outside now.
the Charlotte Road Course, and Talladega.
Great job. You got the lead. Clear up top.
And maybe Darlington as well. I can't remember. Welcome back, Jason. Still 3 wide all over us.
Outside now. 1 bottom. Clear low. Car outside. We just lost the lead. We're out front. Driver.
Really good push there from Ty Gibbs.
Clear outside.
Is it raining? It is raining. Just south of Atlanta, actually, Hampton. But
Outside door.
yes, at the track, it's been raining. Initially, they were under a lightning delay, and then before the drivers had even all gotten out of their cars, it started pouring, and we lost the track. So track drying operations are hopefully underway. But the last we checked the radar, there was still rain in the area.
Stay low.
So they
Car
might
outside.
not have even started drying the track yet. If it was prime, we
Stay
would
low.
still have
Car
camera
outside.
angles of the track. And we could watch the jet dryers, but
Out in front. Nice job.
this is
Clear
TNT, and they're trying to make money. So they turned on reruns of Wipeout. So if you're a John Cena fan, congratulations. You get to watch your guy be the host of a reality competition show.
Yellow's out.
Ah, yes.
Pit road's open this time.
You do not need to forget the blood pressure pill. Let's go ahead and
You wanna
restart
make
at the
any
back.
changes here? 10-4. All right, get up on the wall and be ready.
Look, we so much cheated our way to the
Pace
front
cars
there.
off. Be ready now. Go, go, go. Car low. Stay high.
It has been just about every week
Clear bottom.
here recently that we've had threats of rain. Even San Diego, the day before we had on-track activity, it was misting. They may end up trying to delay till tomorrow, but the forecast doesn't really improve that much tomorrow. It's still going to be spotty chances of showers.
Outside door.
And that's the forecast basically the rest of the week for Atlanta. So they're really just going to have to get the race in whenever they can.
Stay
So
low.
we look at the frame rate drops. We may be running to halfway.
One outside. 3 wide. Car outside.
Let's go in
3
hood
wide.
cam and hopefully that helps a bit.
Outside
Won't be
door.
able to see anyone behind us, but we'll just be looking out the windshield.
1 high. 3 wide. Outside now. Outside door. 3 wide.
Oh, some tire smoke.
Clear outside. Outside door. 1 outside. 3 wide. Car high. 1 high.
I used to play John Cena's theme every now and
3
then on
wide.
stream,
1 outside.
but YouTube's, even though it was just a snippet, just like a 5-second
Outside
snippet, YouTube's AI
3 wide.
moderation
1
picked it up.
outside. 3 wide.
So we no longer play the
1
John
outside.
Cena theme.
1 up high. Outside. 3 wide. Car outside.
I'm sorry, Denny. I had to go up the track there. Try not to completely cut the yellow
Outside.
line or the red and white painted line.
Outside door. 1 high. 3
Yeah, I
wide.
think we may be running to halfway, or at least whenever the next rain shower is after this.
3 wide. 1 inside. Clear bottom.
Which means we will
3
probably
wide.
see some crazy racing,
1 outside.
and that could lead to a big wreck,
Outside now.
which ends the
3
race. That could happen.
3 wide.
Big could, though.
1 high.
I kind of wanted to try to run the middle line. I don't know if we're clear. Kyle Busch with some damage to the front
3
end.
wide. Inside now. 1 high. 3 wide. 3 wide. Car inside. Inside. Car outside. Clear high. One outside. 3 wide. 4 wide. 3 wide. 4 wide.
They're just leaning on William Byron.
Clear low if you want it.
My bad.
One
My bad.
inside.
Whoever's inside. I'm sorry.
4 wide.
I can't
3
see a
wide.
thing to my left or right.
low.
So we're just having to feel our way around the track.
3 wide. 3 wide. Clear low if you want it. Car inside. Car outside. 1 bottom. 3 wide. Outside. 4 wide. 1 high. 3 wide.
This is ugly.
1 outside.
4 wide.
5 wide.
5 wide.
4 wide. Car inside. 3 wide. Car inside.
How did that work?
Inside. 3 wide. Inside. 1 low. Clear outside. 3 wide. 3 wide. 1 bottom. 3 wide. Car inside. 3 wide. Clear high. Inside
And
door.
one car to beat here. In front of us.
Inside.
Oh, big frame drop.
3 wide. 1 inside. 3 wide. Inside. 3 wide.
Rusty's been to 7 Daytona races. Very nice. And 1 Bristol truck race. I think the only Bristol truck race I went to
Clear
is the
bottom.
dirt truck race a couple times.
Car outside.
Jason said
Clear
it
outside.
felt like an eternity being in the ring with John Cena for 20 minutes. His name was the Prototype. That's a great name.
Outside now. Clear up top. Car high.
A good push here from the
Great
HMS
job. You have the
guys.
lead. Clear high.
Back to the lead.
Fastest lap yet, bud.
Oh dear.
Car high. Clear high if you want it.
And NASCAR's to be very selective about where they run in the spring because there's always a chance of winter storms still.
Car outside. We'll get the lead back. Stay focused.
The Blaney behind
Out
me.
front, nice job. Stay low. 1 high. Stay low. Stay low. 1 outside. Clear high. Outside door.
Uh-oh. Now we're getting left.
We lost the lead. Let's get it back.
Let's run Blaney a bit wide here.
We're out front, driver.
Or not. Sneak up the track.
Stay low. Outside now. Stay low. You're all clear?
Cena is definitely a car guy.
Car outside.
He could be the next Jay Leno, maybe.
Clear outside. Car high. Clear, clear. Outside now. Clear up top. Outside.
Yeah.
3 wide.
Yeah, TNT for the most part's
Get the
done a
lead back.
decent
Stay
job,
focused.
but with their
Out front, nice
pre-race
job.
and post-race, but I'm guessing they're just anticipating
Still there.
running through the broadcast
1
window.
outside.
Or decided to go ahead and air the
Still there.
reruns of Wipeout. Maybe they just really love John Cena. I don't know.
Stay low. 1 up high.
I could have swore we made it past this point already. Only lap 35.
Great job. You got the lead. Outside now.
Yeah, an update would be nice. I would just like to know if they are drying the track yet or if it's still
Clear
raining.
outside.
Because the radar can be a bit deceptive.
Car low. Clear low if you want it.
Yes, it can be very fun shooting some different types of weaponry. Only thing is, you know, ammo costs money
Car low. Clear bottom.
and it goes fast. Go ahead and drive across the track here.
Car high. Stay low. Stay
3
low.
wide behind us.
Still there.
Aha, you got a quiet can on it. Good for range days. Yeah, I think Cena would probably do a good job with it. He's funny,
Car low.
good at holding
Clear
conversations,
inside.
has a presenter's mindset.
20 to go.
I think he might be the one guy that could save nighttime talk shows. Sensitive ears. So there was a time where we had to do a drill. There's a 2-man team shooting drill. I forget what they call it. And the drill sergeants are being very serious because you're like, it's 4 of you out there. You and a battle buddy, and then 2 drill sergeants. 1 drill sergeant for each person. And you're shooting with each other, like alongside each other. One moves up to the next target while the next one covers fire. The next guy shoots while the next guy advances. So it's a safety risk to do it, but it's good training. So they were being very adamant about listening to them, and like if you don't follow their commands exactly, like you're gonna get messed up. You know, either physical disciplinary action or judicial, I guess you could call it, or administrative. So I was very worried about that. So I made my right
One outside.
earplug loose
Clear high
so
if
I
you
could
want
hear
it.
a bit better, because when my earplugs were all the way in, I could hardly hear a thing.
Clear. Car outside.
So I was really worried about that, especially with people shooting. I didn't know if I was going to be able to hear.
3 wide. Car
Well, that
outside.
right earplug now was hardly effective.
Outside door.
So with my buddy shooting his
4 wide.
rifle, 200
wide.
times, and me shooting mine 200
outside.
times, by the end of it, I couldn't hear out of my
4
right ear.
wide.
And it was painful. Every shot was painful.
3 wide.
Just hitting my
high.
eardrum directly.
4 wide. 3 wide.
Well, that's how it goes. Track should be dry by 11:45 Eastern.
3 wide.
Does anyone know what time it is?
Car high.
I can't see the time.
3 wide.
I see they just did an update.
We're out front, driver.
They're showing the
Clear.
track right now. It looks a lot drier already. I'm Carson Hosevoring it, driving with one hand. This is what he does on streams.
1 outside. One high. We lost the lead. Let's get
What's
it back.
going on? Well, they
Out
just
front,
came
nice
back
job.
and showed an update at the track, and
Three
it looks
wide.
pretty dry, so we may be back racing here in 30 minutes. They said that, I think it was Michael that said the track should be dry at
Still there.
11:45.
high.
Okay, yeah, I was an hour off. Time zones are screwing me up. So we may be back racing in an hour and 30 minutes. That is what is up.
Car outside. Clear high.
The track was already looking a bit better there. So I'm guessing the Air Titans are already making passes. Remember, they have to dry the whole track. They have to dry the runoff lane. The pit road has to get dry as well, which the crews usually handle that portion. Didn't we have a rain delay last year? I cannot remember. Whenever the next Sunday pops up, I go ahead and brain dump everything that happened the week before. Leave room for important things like
Yellow's out.
what's happening at the moment. So we have had a
Pit road's
caution. Pit road open. No one's coming down.
If you pit, here's the changes we're making.
We will
Let us
go
know if
ahead
you
and
wanna
pit.
Switch 'em up. Here we come, fellas. Be ready.
That is
Turned off.
hilarious, Rusty.
Be ready.
Marty said half an hour. Not bad.
Green, green. One low. Ten to go this time. Stay high.
Very nice,
Stay
Marco.
high. All clear.
We've already been live for 3.5 hours. Only 9 laps to go. I'm going to have to be really aggressive here.
One high.
I'm going to make some really illegal moves.
One bottom.
I may cause a
Three
wreck
wide.
here.
Three wide. One on the bottom. Three wide.
I would like to win the stage. Uh-oh.
One bottom.
That's
Three wide.
going to hurt our chances. Back to last place.
Clear all around.
Almost.
Inside.
Probably just have to
One
run the
bottom.
inside and gap people through the
Outside.
quad oval.
Clear up top.
They're 3 wide ahead of us. That's going to shorten the length of the field, but make it harder to get through them.
Wide. One high. Three wide. Outside now. One bottom. Car high.
I was trying to move Ross up the track.
Clear high. Car outside. Clear inside. Three wide. Three wide.
Sorry, SVG.
One up high.
Nothing personal. We have cars wrecking in front of us. We're going to
wide.
stay in the gas, though.
Five wide. Pit
But
road
we
is
are no
open.
longer going to win this stage. Good to see a Cowbush doggy. He said they may be green in like 20 or 40 minutes.
Coming to the green. Be ready. Green, green. Car inside. Stay high. Clear low if you want it. One on the bottom. All clear.
Oh, another little lag there.
Clear low if you want it.
That's very right, Marco. Very right.
Inside. Clear low.
Is this lady about to... Oh, she just got obliterated. I'm still watching Wipeout on the right monitor.
One inside.
Ugh. I don't know how someone hasn't died
Clear
doing
high
this
if you
yet.
want it.
I have
Stay
some blue
high.
light blocking glasses, but they're so tinted when I put them on, I can't see anything.
Car low.
And it filters out all the
Outside.
red light. So, like,
Clear
a lot
high
of
if
stuff
you
just
want it.
blends in.
Inside. One low. Three wide. Car high.
Blaney just went around. I don't know where he's going to finish this stage. I think that was Blaney.
Pit road's open this time.
It was, yeah. But we don't have to pit here.
You good with this
Oh, we
strategy,
will.
driver? Pitting now, fellas. Here we come. Coming to the green.
And we've raced all sorts of races since we went
That
under
way.
red flag. Don't touch Joey. I got you.
Green,
I got
green,
you.
green. Car high.
Don't touch Joey. Very clear and direct. I got you. No touching Joey.
Stay low.
I'm totally not going to aim my car right at him.
Clear high. Car outside.
I swear these people on Wipeout are told to run headfirst into these objects. There's no way they're not ducking.
Stay low.
Sorry, whoever's out there. Sorry, SVG.
Clear up top.
I was watching
high.
Wipeout.
Clear outside. One up high. Three wide.
Joey's your favorite driver, says Tammy. Well, now I really can't touch Joey.
Outside
I'll
door.
try to help Joey
Clear up top.
for a little bit.
Car outside.
I was really about to just
Clear
send it
high.
in there and obliterate him.
One low. Clear
Just
all
for
around.
you guys.
Stay high. Inside now. Car high. Clear high. Clear inside.
I'm sorry, Joey. I cannot help you.
Car outside.
I did my best, but the field is packed up three wide.
Car high. Three wide.
Almost lost it there.
Three wide. One high. Four wide. Car high. One up high.
Move Priest off the bottom.
Three wide. Three wide. One outside.
There goes
Four
Larson.
wide. One high. Three wide.
Yeah, we don't have any drafting help down here.
One up high. Three wide.
Now we're following Brad here.
Car outside. One outside. Three wide. One up high. Three wide. Four wide. Five wide. Four wide. Outside now. Outside. Five wide. Four wide. Car high. Five wide. Four wide. Car outside. Three wide. Four wide. One outside. Three wide.
Gonna shock Cole Custer. This is the greatest he's ran all year.
Four wide.
We'll Custer
Car
up to
outside.
second.
Three wide. Three
Gonna
wide.
crowd Briscoe here for a
Four
little
wide.
bit.
Outside. Three wide. Four wide. Three wide. One outside. Great job. You got the lead.
Check this out.
Clear high if you want it. We just lost the lead. Four wide. Outside now.
Did we not even wreck?
One outside. Yellow's out.
Okay. Didn't even wreck.
Pit road is open.
I'll close that out. And we'll shift gears back into race coverage. All right, we are looking way better. This is a look at our radar. There's our track. And the next bit of rain, quite a bit further away. So it looks like we're at least going to make it to halfway. And a lot of times as it cools off overnight, a lot of these rain cells will dissipate. So who knows? Who knows how much of this race we'll get in? Let me move my wheel out of the way. All right. So the track looks pretty clear. Let's go ahead and just take a look at J-Ski here and see what they are updating. Drawing should be complete. This was a previous update that was posted about, 14 minutes ago? So hopefully this wraps up shortly. We're good till 5 a.m. on rain, so it's probably going to be 2 to 3 a.m. We will see. Please check out the picture and show the chat. Let me be careful about this. Oh my goodness. Okay. This is Jason's brother cradling Bert Kreischer like a baby. I don't know what I expected, but here it is. You see a Tom Segura poster in the background, so whichever venue they're at apparently has a lot of big names showing up. That's an accomplishment. That your brother's a strong guy. You're probably looking at, what do you guys say, 240 pounds of man right there at least. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting, but there it is. We might get lucky enough to get this race restarted. Depends on your time zone. I think we might make it. My time zone, I think we'll make it. Not, well, maybe, yeah, by Marco's, we'll definitely make it by midnight of the day that he's on. He's already a day above us. He benches 500 pounds. That's really impressive. All right, let's see. What else does J-Ski have? Any news? Zane Smith, Carson Hocevar remain at odds after Atlanta meeting. NASCAR officials met with Shane Van Gisbergen and Austin Hill at Atlanta. All 50 states and 24 countries represented at Atlanta Cup race. How about that? NASCAR announces public celebration of life for Kyle Busch. It'll be October 9th at Charlotte Motor Speedway, following the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race. Free to attend. How about that? Well, I am going to change clothes a little bit, and 'cause it's a little hot in here, and we're going to be running into personal overtime. Ah, that is better. I just needed some frosted sugar cookies. You've never seen a rain delay like this before? Every now and then, we'll get a longer one. You know, sometimes, especially a track that has lights, they have 10 hours that they can dry the track and get it back restarted. This race already started at night, so we definitely don't have as long. And they're going to get this thing restarted potentially late at night. Come back in the hot dog suit. I can do that just for you. If we get this race restarted by 11:15, I'll go put the suit on. I saw the poster in the background said Morty's. We had a pretty good comedy club here in town that was pulling some bigger names, and then it changed management, and it's kind of gone downhill. Wait, when is Shark Week? Shark Week starts July 26th. I'm all about Shark Week. I have a shark, I think, on my shelf. Love Shark Week. Yes, the hot dog. That's a good theory. Honestly, if we had ran the full race in the hot dog suit, I might have died mid-race. It was getting really hot, and we had just started the race. Oh, that's not the only time we'll wear the hot dog suit. That is for sure. My dog? He's mostly a good boy. Can I show the race footage? I can. Whenever there's highlights, we show highlights, but I can't show the footage live. But Tammy, if you need a place to watch the race, I'll post these instructions in the chat, and you can pull this up. If you follow those instructions exactly, you should be able to find it. And when the race resumes, you should be able to use that to watch the race. It's really good. It's hardly delayed. and a great way to get these races that are on the cable networks. Someone gonna get obliterated here? What's happening? Run! 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 No, Santa, no! Oh, that's horrible. You don't mess with the wildlife. Dude, he is dodging, bobbing, and weaving through the trees. Whee! Yeah, Tammy, if you follow the instructions there in chat, posted by the Stream Elements bot, it can, you can watch the race that way, even though you don't have TNT. It's a good source. I use it I test it myself, and I can verify it does work. Dude, why did this guy get closer? He was safe there. He was safe. He should have just minded his distance, minded his own business. He said, let me get out my camera. And the bison, it's not a well-known fact, but they don't like cameras. So it's sizing him up now. And he makes this first pass. And the person wearing what looks to be a Dolphins jersey gets out of the way. And old Santa Claus here, he's bobbing and weaving. He could have been a tailback in the past. I'm not sure what he did. But he has some good agility here for a guy with a white beard. Back and forth through the trees. I mean, he's trying to get out of there, but the bison was just too fast and launches him through the air. Not typical race coverage, but we're still waiting on the track to finish drawing. He almost gets out of there too. Yeah. Turns a flip. Just turns a flip. He can run, but he could not hide from this bison. Whee! Okay, let's go slow motion. Let's go with slow motion. So good form. He's moving to the left here, trying to get behind some thicker trees, and it works temporarily. So he makes the first pass. Bison there, not faring well, getting through the thicket, getting through the younger trees. He should have taken this opportunity to run and jump in the back of the truck bed of the truck behind him. This would have been his opportunity to get out, but he tempts fate. The bison readjusts, realigns. Now it's figured out this game. Reassessing the situation, the Santa Claus-looking fellow goes ahead and goes back into the thicket to try to escape again. It's too late. It's too late. Bison goes back into the wood line. Santa Claus rounds the corner. Bison hot on his heels. He probably could have juked left here. Maybe lost him again. But he thinks he can escape one more time. He cannot. He looks back. He loses that little extra bit of time. And then gets launched through the air by the bison. No teamwork there either from the person in what appeared to be a Dolphins jersey. They could have maybe established the aggravation of the bison to give Santa Claus time to run away, but Santa's little helper... That's some impressive height you got. Santa's little helper did not help out very much in this situation. Thankfully, he completed the rotation, did not land on his neck. So, I'm not sure what kind of injuries this man sustained. Hopefully, it wasn't anything more than like a collarbone. But what a flip he turned. I think he rotated enough to avoid a neck injury. So, that's the good thing. I definitely am, Jason. What's my home track? Yours is Bristol? I wouldn't consider Bristol my home track, but I do. It is in driving distance. I used to get up to Bristol for every fall race. And then occasionally I go up for the dirt race as well. Taterheads, good to see you. Oh, I've been informed this is the therapy room. I think this is the room for the people that need therapy. This is, there is an ECHL hockey team named the Bloomington Bison. Yes, love flipping when it's not you. This poor guy. I wonder if there's any other camera angles of this. But what a great angle this... I don't know if it's Molly Ploufkins that posted this originally or someone else, but what a great camera angle. I mean, fantastic. I follow this account on Twitter called 2001 Live, and they tweet out the news of what was happening on this date 25 years ago. And this year, I guess today, July 20th, or July 12th, 2001, Chicagoland Speedway opens. Look at that. Brand new racetrack. They're showing it with safer barriers. And this might be an image from iRacing. I can't tell. That's funny, though, that they used a more current image. When it opened, I don't believe it had safer barriers. So a little inaccuracy there, Mr. 2001 Live. The Bloomington Bison are owned by the same family that owns the Indy Fuel Hockey team. Big hockey family, I guess. Just because of the climate, hockey's not as big in some parts of the country. Throughout the West, especially the Southwest and the Southeast. Let's check this out. Hopefully they don't get in trouble for this. NASCAR's okay with us using the highlights. I'm not sure how Flow Racing will think about this, or what they'll think about this. IMSO did not like us using their highlights one time. Good night. Whoa! A big stack up. Just right hooks him and ends up wrecking himself and collecting a majority of the field behind them. I mean, good night. Or at least slowing them up, that's for sure. That is wild. Okay. Let's go back to Mr. Matthew, CFB. Drivers to cars at 11:15. I said if we got restarted by 11:15, I get the hot dog out, but it looks like we're going to miss that by a little bit. It's time. They're zooming in on the back of Ty Dillon. Heading back out. I'm guessing the teams have taken this opportunity to dry their pit boxes. I see a lot of leaf blowers out there. Let me see, Tammy. Let me check it out myself. And I will see if I can help you out a little. Maybe they gave up on tonight. So I go to schedule. Yeah. I'm guessing they gave up. I don't have a direct link. Do you know, Christian, if DD12 is still live? If you're watching through DD12? I think since we ran over the race time, the schedule for this last week already disappeared. Let me see if I can find a direct link. Yeah, on the website, the link to the race is already gone. It updated till next week. The Discord doesn't give me any information. Typically, that's how you would do it, Tammy, if you need to find a link for next week. But since they've already updated the schedule, I'm not sure what we can do here. Yeah, maybe it'll pop back up when we go green. I'll keep checking it out. Yeah, DD12 might be working, but I'll go ahead and show you guys this. They already updated the website to next week, so trying to help out Tammy find a way to watch the race. But it's already updated to next weekend's listings, which doesn't really help us right now. You post a link in Discord? I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to share this. I don't know if links are allowed in my own chat. We'll find out. We're going to test it out. If Discord will open. Okay. Let's test it out. All right, Tammy, I just posted it in chat if you're still in here. You can just go directly to that. And it'll bypass the issue we're having with the schedule being updated. Thank you, Darkside. So now that we've had rain, you know, the track was already going to cool off because of the sun going down, but because of the rain specifically, that definitely accelerated the cooling of the track. So we might see more pack-style racing. We may see more guys along that inside line. Maybe over the course of a long run, it may still single file out quite a bit, but I think we were working our way back into being more of a double file style race before the rain. It's almost time. It's almost time. Darkside's our hero. Oh, welcome back, Marco. Welcome back. Marco did not get hit by an asteroid. Not this time. There's always next week. Let me pull back open the Quaker State page. Our team's reassembling their pit road signs. Crew members already back out. They have the camera on Ty Dillon right now, just being Ty Dillon. Not really doing much other than that, but hey, he had speed at Sonoma. He had speed to beat Denny in the in-season challenge bracket. And we got one, I don't know if it was there or somewhere else. I forget which track it was. But anyway, Ty almost had him. And we had one caution too many. And Ty also cut down a tire, so that didn't help. We can't have Daytona to July 4th weekend. Can we get Atlanta on July 4th? That could be fun since it's already a night race. But the problem, so like, I really enjoyed the Pepsi 400 and what turned into the Coke 400. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it. But if we ever had July 4th fall on a Saturday or Sunday and we raced on that day, or any of the series race on that day, a lot of viewers won't be at home to watch the race because they go out to watch fireworks in person. It's a pretty big draw. I was at a baseball game for it, for the 4th. That's why we didn't broadcast the July 4th race. It was O'Reilly. And I was watching it on my phone, don't get me wrong. But yeah, it was supposed to start before the baseball game, but it got weather delayed until like the end of the baseball game. But one of the innings went really long. I could have made it back in time to stream, but it didn't work out. Regardless, a lot of people would be out like that. And not only were there tons of people at the baseball game, the majority of people were downtown watching the fireworks display. A lot of people around town having their own private firework displays. And outside the baseball stadium, there's a really big hill with a few roads on it. People were parked all in that in that area, and standing around their cars, picnic blankets, whatever, and they were watching the fireworks that were hosted at the baseball stadium. And people showed up like 2.5 hours early, just parking their cars and sitting there for 2.5 hours waiting for fireworks. That's right, Christian. All the wrecking balls are still on track. 4th of July next year is on a Sunday. So, like, traditionally, if you go back to the firecracker days, they would start the race at, like, 11 a.m. and everything would be wrapped up by 2 p.m. So you still had your whole afternoon to go out and grill out, have hot dogs, get on the water slide, whatever, do fireworks, whatever you want. But towards the later portion of the July 4th race, being at Daytona, they moved it into the nighttime. And that can conflict with 4th of July celebrations. Party on 2nd of July, Italian style. And NASCAR should host their own 4th of July parties before the race if they want to still draw people. If they started the race late enough, most of the country would still be able to watch fireworks and the race. How old school are we talking, Dark Side? Are we talking President's Weekend 500? 4th of July Pepsi 400, Labor Day Southern 500? Yeah, NFL kind of ruined that for everyone, expanding their season. And they're thinking about expanding it again, which could push NASCAR out to like late February. There you go, Marco. I need to brush my teeth now. I'm going to keep eating, though, so I can't brush my teeth yet, but my mouth feels gross after eating those sugar cookies. All right. I will pull up a big one from last night. I tried to. Not what I was looking for. That's not my favorite one. I'll show you guys this one. And I will be right back. You guys can have fun watching Austin Hill crash over and over. All right. Let's get caught up with our leaderboard. So Blaney out front, Bubba Wallace second. So we have some buddies, first and second. Third, we have Tyler Reddick, teammate of Bubba Wallace. And we have Bell, who's been very close recently, definitely turning his season around somewhat. Chase Elliott, who has worked his way up through the field. We'll see. You know, these are all big asterisks where they're running. It's not a guarantee they will run where they are now because of how much the track has changed since the rain and just, you know, the sun going down, rubber washing off. There's a lot of question marks out there. Kyle Larson, Carson Osvar, Joey Logano, Ty Gibbs, Austin Cindric, and Shane Van Gisbergen, who ran here well in the spring, even though I think Larson dumped him at one point. I believe he spun twice in that race and still finished well. John Hunter Nemechek, 13th, 14th, Ty Dillon, 15th, Denny Hamlin, 16th, Riley Herbst, 17th, Daniel Suarez, 18th, Michael McDowell, 19th, William Byron, 20th, Chris Buescher, 21st, Austin Dillon, 22nd, Josh Berry, 23rd, Alex Bowman, who started up towards the front, fell back in here into the low 20s and has just stayed around here. Chase Briscoe also spent time in the top 10, down here in 24th. Ryan Preece went down a lap on that first run, got his lap back. Here he's in 25th. Austin Hill worked his way up towards the top 5, has fallen all the way back to 27th. Connor Zellage, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Cole Custer being the last car on the lead lap. And I'm guessing Ross will get his lap back here. And then we have Zane Smith, Brad Keselowski, Todd Gilliland, Noah Gragson, Cody Ware, Chad Fincham, and BJ McLeod. So is this the point where Brad takes the wave around? What do we have? We'll probably restart with maybe 35 to go, something like that, in stage 2. So this might be Brad's best chance. But if the field pits here, I don't guess he can wave around. Or if they don't pit here. So Brad might be stuck still. That remains to be seen. It'll be between Zane Smith and Brad Keselowski. I mean, really any of these guys, except for Noah, for the lucky dog. That will be coming up at, I believe, lap 160. Start a chant, fire Blake Harris. I'm all for it. I've tweeted them that before. I told Hendrick Motorsports, I said, maybe we should fire Blake Harris out of a cannon into the sun. He does a great job at not doing his job. One day they will do a throwback race to the original Daytona half beach track. And it will be a massive, massive mistake. That's got to be weird, seeing your spouse at work like every week, at least for the first half of the season. Michael says 11 a.m. start times work. For times like today, for sure. But it might have been unbearably hot there at Atlanta for a lot of fans. Atlanta's just hot anyway, because it's Atlanta. But definitely this time of year, it would have been boiling today, most likely. Marty is just lying. He's saying William Byron has a great paint scheme. They put 2 blue stripes on it and called it a day. It looks like a backup car. That is miserable, Marco. Thank you for hanging out here with us. But you're right. Work comes early for us all, but for you, it comes very early. Marco's already, a quarter of the way through his Monday. Jason says he's off until Wednesday. Last week was a really big week for me at work. This week is going to be a lot slower. I'll just have to do a lot of paperwork. Definitely, Marco. Definitely. Half the races between all 3 night series or night races. I feel like there used to be a lot more truck night races than there are now. There's still a fair amount, but I feel like it was pretty much a weekly thing back in the day. Every Friday, turn on the Speed Channel and watch a truck race. That's a pretty wild stat line, Christian. The only time I don't like night races is in the fall, because that's usually when LSU plays. There'll be like a 6 p.m. start time for the race, for an O'Reilly race, and then a 6 p.m. start time for the, or 6:30 p.m. start time for the LSU game. Welcome back, Stacy. Well, there are some fans back in the stands. More than we had at the O'Reilly race, it seems. They were very small. Finally. 20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration. We have finished that pizza. I'm going to have to go floss again. You're going to Walmart tomorrow and getting the Detroit style pizza. Host of our has a smile like Jim Carrey in The Mask. Whenever he's getting interviewed, he does have the weirdest look on his face. It's like he's thinking something else, but he doesn't say it. Michael says it's past his bedtime. I would probably be playing, well, maybe not tonight, Black Ops. I might be watching TV. We stop by and check on my buddy White Boy's stream. He's live on YouTube and Twitch. 411 viewers on Twitch. Probably well over 1,000 on YouTube right now. He's playing Firing Range on Black Ops 1. Marco, I really like the New York style pizza. Modern New York was built by Italians. I hope they know a thing or two about it. Now they're interviewing Chase Briscoe. They're interviewing a lot of the field now. Usually they do the interviews before the rain delay. This time they did it backwards. They did a little coverage and then went into playing reruns immediately. New York style just means they made it with sewer water. You're kind of right. A big reason why New York style pizza made in New York is because the water content is slightly different than most other places. So it is a very unique style of pizza, even compared to like if you went to Connecticut and got pizza. So you're partially right. I'm guessing you said 5 minutes because it came out as a % sign, Rusty. I was hardly listening to his interview. I have my sound turned way down from when we were playing Heat 5. I need to go floss again. I don't know if this little munchkin popped up here. Very close, Christian. For me, we have plenty of time still. That's funny, Dark Side. Tony just gave up. Like, obviously, Haas doesn't really care as much. He gave up being competitive a long time ago. But Tony Stewart, you know, he made that team a competitor and a championship contender, and then he just gave up on it. And partially because he was unhappy with some things that NASCAR was doing. But it's just a lot of drivers and a lot of people involved in the sport in general just have very short attention spans. Ray Evernham, for example. He'll start something, and then he just moves on to the next thing. Was a great crew chief, and then he moved on to doing his own team with Dodge. You know, try to get competitive with that. And then he kind of abandoned that. And then eventually started up SRX, moved on from that after like a year. And now he's helped get this IROC revival off the ground. Yeah, that was I've heard a little bit about that. All right. It'll be very interesting to me to see what kind of changes these guys make and who adapts to the track and who doesn't. But with the temperature decrease in the track, I think we're going to see a lot more packed up racing. And maybe not completely packed up like we used to in previous years, but a lot closer than we were before the caution period. It is almost time. What a long caution period, a red flag period. So we had that caution on lap 48 of stage 2. If they pit, they can make it to the end of stage 2. So I think a lot of guys are going to pit here. If Brad pits here, He will still be a lap down, but he'll also be able to make it to the end of the stage. If he gambles staying out and taking the wave around, if we make it green to the end of stage 2, he's going to have to at least go down one more lap again to pit for fuel. So there's a risk there. But, you know, if he banks on us having a caution in the next 20 laps, he could still, you know, that would save him. But that's a big risk. But at some point, if he wants to be competitive, he needs to get that lap back. I've been to the border of France and Italy, so I've been very close. I was along the French Riviera, and then I took a train up to Switzerland, and then back down to Zermatt. Got to see the Matterhorn. Very beautiful part of the world. Yes, I would love to make it over to Europe and see some of those legendary racing events. Goodwood Festival of Speed, 24 Hours of Le Mans, and a lot of legendary world-class tracks, that is for sure. It's the majority of the tracks in Gran Turismo. Switzerland is beautiful. And we can finally eat real pizza, yes. I'm okay with that. I'm also a big spaghetti guy. I know that's very basic, but I love some spaghetti. Yes, I went up to Geneva. That's exactly right. I went and saw the home of the United Nations, the headquarters. There was a protest going on outside the front gate, and I got to go inside the ring of that giant particle collider. So I was able to make it back into the timeline where Harambe didn't die. But then once I left Switzerland, I left Geneva, I went back into this timeline. Very, very sad, but it is what I had to do. Very nice rail lines over there. Very nice, like nice and clean trains. The windows were clean. Beautiful, picturesque countrysides. I loved it. I love riding trains. Now, I'm not a train guy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a rail fan, but I sure do love riding the trains. I can't tell you the first thing about a train, except you get on, you get your seat, and you sit there. Man, I wish I was good enough at golf to be Happy Gilmore's son. But I don't think I'm Jewish enough to be Adam Sandler's son. Ah, interesting. Interesting, Marco. So I was close. Our paths almost crossed. Definitely closer than we are now. My mother wants to move to Italy. So if that ever happens, I may have to come out and visit. To see you, not to see her, you know, obviously. Wink. Wink. All right, lap on 54 here. I'm wondering if anyone gambles and takes the wave around here. We still have track drying equipment on pit road. So pit road is not open yet. Oh dear, I will get myself killed on a racing motorcycle. But I would love it. It would be a very fun and quick death. I love going fast. I want to go skydiving again, but I don't feel like it's very responsible to go skydiving. But it was fun. I think I have a video of me skydiving on the channel somewhere. Helen was 14th without power steering. Yeah, I don't know how much wheel input they actually have, especially running the high side. Very nice, Marco. That makes me feel a little safer. Ready to get back green. We're going to run quite a few laps here under caution. I doubt they can make it, though, on fuel, even if they tried to stay out. Fuel window 75 laps. You're not going to stretch it 25 laps. But it will be just a splash of fuel here. To make it to the end of stage 2.
Jordan says, hopefully the race doesn't end like last night. Yeah. We might make it through stage 2, but yeah, stage 3 just takes 3 hours. I don't know if we're going to do a post-race after this. We might still do one just for posterity. But, my goodness, it's already been a really long... it's already been a really long broadcast. We were live for like 7 hours or something yesterday. And now we are already closing in on 5 hours today. Yes, we still have pit stops and, you know, a couple laps to get the field stacked back up. I don't even know if we're going to make midnight. Christian says he'd keep an eye on Daniel Suarez. He was your pick to win at Daytona later in the year because Spire's good on super speedways and Suarez has good finishes on super speedways, so he's a good spoiler. So Christian has Daniel Suarez locked in as a potential upset winner. It'd be a good race for him to turn it around. He had been running a lot of finishes around the top 10 and in the top 10. Great on points. I think under the stage break, I'll take my dog out. I'm not sure who I would pick to take this one. These tracks are somewhat of a lottery still. I think my dog wants to go out. So hopefully that we can... Well, I could probably still take him out now. Yeah, I'm gonna take my dog out real quick. right, Blaney. Keeping the lead. Logano up 7 spots. A lot of the rest of the field taking 2. McDowell not taking tires, up 11 spots. I'd say maybe the majority of the field probably took 4 here. But it was a good mix of 2 and 4. A few guys that took no fuel. And the lap cars are going to come down this time by. Jason said Hamlin or Reddick will win this race. Do we know it's rigged? Now, Justin Allgaier, kind of the Hamlin or Reddick of the O'Reilly series, he was able to escape with the win. The sleep is for the weak. Does the green wall look hit different at a racetrack? Like, I didn't like Kentucky with the white walls. They painted them green. Track was so much more alive. I do like the painted walls. Blue for Homestead. I liked back when Charlotte was yellow. I understand it was only yellow because of the sponsor at the time. But I wouldn't mind if Charlotte was full-time yellow. Kentucky was green eventually. I think initially it was green. But it was around for a while before it had its first cup race. Similar in that regard to Nashville Super Speedway. For years it only hosted like ARCA. It would host the Truck Series. And eventually got a cup date. That'd be cool if they were Menards yellow. That would be very bright. Or orange. I was thinking orange maybe. You already have some tracks that have these striped walls. The white and red. It's a very traditional wall color. That was pretty cool, Chris. No, it definitely was. It would maybe be neat if NASCAR did that for the manufacturers. You had different zones. So you had a blue zone, a yellow zone, a red zone. And Ram, I guess, would maybe have to share the yellow. Unless they wanted to paint it black, but it would be neat if the champion got to do their burnout under their corresponding manufacturer's color. So if Ford wins the championship, they do a blue burnout. Toyota wins the championship, red burnout. Stacey says she's probably going to go to sleep in 30 to 40 minutes. Not a bad idea to not completely break your sleep schedule. Tomorrow I am going to be in a rough place. Or conversely, let's hear this dark side. What is this opinion? When a manufacturer can do burnouts on the other ones. Definitely good. That would be pretty sick if they started the burnout on one side, went to the other, and it went 3 colors. I did this at one point. Oh, no. It was Friday into Saturday I didn't sleep. I stayed up because I was testing some things on my computer. And it took me about all night. Like, I think I got off. I was playing video games. Then I got off probably around midnight or something. And I thought about just watching some TV and going to sleep. So I went in there for a second, and then I kept thinking of things. And I was like, okay, I got to go back in there and try this stuff. So I tested some stuff for a while. Kept doing stuff. Watched a little YouTube, and then it was about time to get back up. So I just stayed awake. And then went to Top Golf, and then came back. Streamed a race. Went to pick up some stuff. Came back. Streamed another race. And then played a little more Black Ops last night. And finally got some rest today. My dog's making noises. All right. We are back green flag racing. We just missed the midnight prediction. Outside line, a little better cooperation between Joey and Blaney. Bubba trying to hold on that inside line. Now he's falling back to the third line. He could jump up to the top if he wanted. Hocevar now leading that inside line. Reddick might take Hocevar 3 wide here if they can get a big enough run. Logano keeps diving it down to that middle groove. Now Bubba's going to look to the inside. Blaney going to dive it down to the inside line here. I think Bubba looks pretty strong. As the track was cooling off, his car was really coming alive. And it still is. Reddick falling back in the sucker hole right now. All right, Marco, have a good day. Have a safe day at work. And thank you for hanging out with us. It's always fun talking. There's no lag. Yeah, I checked out DD12 when they were doing the Prime coverage, and it was maybe a half second behind what my screen was showing. Very impressive. All right, Bubba Wallace peeking the inside, looking for the lead. He's going to clear. Hocevar now looking inside 3 wide for that second line. All right, Logano's going to kind of let him go. Hocevar now clear to second. First 4 cars are single file. Reddick leading that inside line. Blaney peeking inside. Not going to be able to clear here. Bubba side drafting mid-corner. So what can Blaney do with the inside line? Joey's going down to help. Blaney back to the lead. Joey Logano clear once again. Joey Logano winning in this Hunt Brothers car. Could feed 7 people. I can't quite read that name from here. I'm going to say it's pronounced Imgira. Thank you for subscribing. Yesterday it was bad, like a minute 45 behind. Yesterday I was also watching on Antenna, so I was as up to up to date as it gets. When it's not on a antenna network, I'm not as far ahead as I usually am. All right, the 66 already going another lap down here. Top three, a little separation. All right, Hocevar to third place. Bubba's not going to give him any room, though. Hocevar probably could have taken that if he was a little quicker moving up in front of Bubba. Bubba shut the door. And here's Suarez in the top 10. Fighting for a top 5 spot here. Christian said, watch out for Suarez, and here he is. Usually the international's faster. That's good to know. That's good to know. Spire, 4th place, 6th place, and 8th place. How about that? Now Suarez peaking in the top 5. Side by side with Bell right now. They keep trading that position back and forth. And Cindric not too far back from his other 2 Penske teammates. Hocevar and Bubba still side by side. Hocevar's car is a bit unique. I don't know how or if he can drive that high side well because he's constantly diving down to the inside. But because he's able to run down here, I think that bodes well for his chances to make moves. I just don't know if anyone's quite on the level of Blaney right now. Loses the lead and takes it back. Can you see the dog? Dog! Mr. Giebers. Welcome. Talking about Austin Cindric or Austin Dillon? Connor, good to have Connor in here. Connor, another one of the stout competitors in our Stream Car series. I was livid when my power went out. Livid. Now, welcome in Auto Rockin' Racing. I think it was. It's so... My left monitor is so far away, I can't read the stream elements box that pops up. We just make it bigger. I don't know if this is going to make the notification larger. Welcome in, guys. And what a long broadcast we've already had. We played some Heat 5. We played some NASCAR 25. We played Drafty Car 2. We watched a guy get hit by a bison and thrown in the air. And now we are back racing finally. 21 to go in the stage. Single filed out for about the first maybe 7 cars. Let's see if Cindric gets clear here. Cindric and Reddick are fighting for position. They're still side by side. And Hocevar up here. Can Hocevar break up the Penske guys? All right, Stacy. Hope you have a good night and sweet dreams. Welcome, Connor. Welcome to the cult. It did make the notification bigger. I can see it. Ooh, a giant piece of debris on the front of Austin Cindric's car. The top 10 have really grouped up here. The pay window's about to open. All right, Cindric clear of debris now. Able to free it. Running up behind Suarez. So now Cindric and Bubba Wallace side by side for 5th place. Top 4, single file. That's 2 Spire guys, Hocevar and Suarez together. Cindric able to clear Bubba. Cindric looked a little upset there. Now we're going 3 wide for 5th place. When Cindric went to clear Bubba, he got a little upset, and that slowed that whole group down and opened the door for Bubba to get that spot back. Christian says he'll be happy if Logano wins. Back in the day, I would have brought out the pitchforks and the torches because you said that. But nowadays, Logano being a older veteran in the sport, shaving his head slick bald in the offseason, and just having a rough year overall, yeah, I would not be upset seeing a Logano win. And I like this red card too. This Hunt Brothers scheme. It's loud in all the right ways. And SVG doing what he needs to do today. He really needs some stage points here to try to stay above that cut line. He had a really good showing here in the spring, and he's somewhat replicating that, at least to this point. Worst case for SVG is if he gets crashed out here. That could drop him out of the chase immediately. All right, Bubba Wallace up here, side by side with Joey. I think Bubba's looking really racy. We know he's good at the plate tracks. He's like a better Ricky Stenhouse, which that's a little unfair to Ricky because obviously he's not in equipment as good as Bubba. But I mean that as in he's always going to be a threat at the plate tracks or the plate style tracks. But Bubba, especially in the equipment he's in, he could win it just about any week given the right set of circumstances. SVG making a move towards the top 5. These guys are fighting like dogs at the back half of the top 10. Christian said before we went back green, he said Suarez could be a prime spoiler. When I saw him pop in the top 10, I said that. I said, you called it out. That was actually really wild. It only took a few laps, and Suarez was up inside the top 10. I was like, where did he come from? I think he was 17th coming into the pits. Now, we are in a really interesting spot here strategy-wise. Some guys took no tires, like Ryan Blaney. McDowell took no tires. Some guys took 2, and I think the majority probably took 4. We have a very interesting mix of guys who have worked on their cars and guys who didn't. Just put fuel in and tried to gain track position. Suarez earning Harvick's nickname, where did he come from? Whenever I see someone pop up into the top 5 and they haven't really been riding up there all day, that's always the phrase that pops into my head. Mr. Where did he come from? My voice is giving out. We've been live too long. It's actually wild how well Blaney's car is set up today, that it performed well. It looks like the strongest car before the rain, and still after the rain, the track cooled off, the rubber being washed off the track, still looks like potentially the favorite. But Bubba's car was coming on as the track cooled off, and now he's challenging for the lead. The thing is, he just doesn't have help like Blaney does, and he may need it to stay up there. Blaney really doesn't. He can go back up there and take it almost at will. He's just making the right decisions. He's not losing momentum. It's kind of Reddick's problem. He can get up there, he can get a good run, and then every few laps, he's just fighting that car. Suarez now looking to the inside of Bubba Wallace. Bubba went from the lead, fighting for the lead, to being at risk of falling outside the top 5. And Joey pulling back up behind Blaney. Really strong runs for these Penske guys. Where is Josh Berry? The off-brand Penske car. 30th. He's not getting the setup information. You can't tell me that's a Penske prepared car. All right, coming to 6 to go in the stage. Hosts are going to lose a handful of spots here. We're 3 wide for 7th place. Or 8th place. My dog is really mad. I'm sorry. His skin is dry. I need to put some lotion on him. Have you ever put lotion on a dog? It's a really weird thing. That's why he has his collar on. All right, Suarez up there kind of leading that high line, but he's going to dip behind Joey for a moment. Peek back out in that middle groove. It's great seeing these cars with a bit of separation and not just running over each other constantly. Hocevar really falling back. May feel a tire going down. Lucky for him, 3 laps to go to the end of the stage. What kind of issue can Hocevar have to maintain pace somewhat? Flat tire. Christian said, I think BJ McLeod loaded up and went home during the rain delay. Oh, let's scroll down. Yeah, BJ out of the race. Maybe not a bad decision with how often these races devolve into wreckfests. Reddick working his way back up through the top 5. 1 lap to go in the stage. Bubba Wallace trying to help Reddick. He's been able to clear Cindric now. Reddick up to the high side. Logano's going to block Bubba. That's going to kill. Oh, Bubba Wallace around as they come to the end of the stage and through the grass. It's just going to be a single car spin coming to the end of stage 2. Ryan Blaney will take stage 2. I'll update my notes. That's interesting. My guess is Bubba probably arced it back down the track. He ran Cindric up the track when he missed the bottom of 3 because Joey came down the block and washed up the track a bit into Cindric. I'm guessing he arced it a bit too much here and just came around. And, oh, Ty Gibbs helped him out there. Didn't just lose it. Ty Gibbs got him. Now, we have to wonder, these underbodies are so important. Is it possible enough of that diffuser got ground off there in that spin that his car's not going to handle the same? We saw that, last week with Priest and Larson? They took single car spins, no damage, but the underbody got ripped out. Now, I don't know if he flattened any tires. If he didn't, he probably made it back out around the track. No issue. That was the best case scenario there for Hocevar. Flat right at the end of the stage. Did he pit first? Let's look back here at the cars a lap down. Bubba currently scored the last car on the lead lap. Not sure how accurate that is. Hocevar back there as well. As soon as we get a replay of that Bubba spin, we'll get that pulled up. It might. Oh, we already have one. Mr. Matthew CFB is the greatest follow of all time on Twitter. All right, so this is running to the end of the stage. So what happened right before this is Joey came down the track. Bubba was trying to dive it 3 wide, but Joey got there first, shut the door. And maybe Bubba went a little too low. Maybe it was aero, but he misses the bottom, washes up the track right in front of Cindric. And I think he starts arcing it down the track here. And you can see he does, but I'm not sure what his intent is here. Arcs it back down to the bottom. And maybe he's already a bit loose, but Ty gets into the back of him and completes what could have already been happening. I'm not sure. Maybe he was just going to block there. And with a little wheel input in the car, a little too much, and then Ty also getting into him, just sent him around. So Ty Dillon's saying it was too late for a block here. He couldn't back out of it. So kind of confirming what we had already speculated on. So we'll zoom in on this. Arcing it down the track. Little bump from Ty there. And I think Bubba honestly got off a bit light there. That could have been worse with the rain we just received. I was thinking there's a chance he hits the grass and just digs in, but he was able to keep it going. He washes back up here onto the concrete portion, or asphalt portion, I should say. See, at the end of that, let's see if we can see any tires down. It doesn't look too bad. All right, off pit road. Gibbs getting off pit road first. Cindric second, third Busher, fourth Zilich, fifth Bell. I'm guessing not everyone came in here. Unless Blaney just fell off a cliff. I don't guess everyone came in. I was too busy looking at a replay. Let's go ahead and remove our game capture. if you cropped out this end of stage 2, you could take this picture and tell your boomer friends that Bubba Wallace won the race. Just see how they react. Yes, post this image to Facebook, crop out the end of stage 1, and just post this and say he turned Carson Hocevar for the win. And then watch the fireworks. Someone said Blaney has the most laps led this weekend with the pace car from O'Reilly being second. How many caution laps were last night? Was it in the 70s? It was a lot. Let me look back at yesterday's race. Just how many laps we'd turned. So 100 laps total? Was it? No, they already haven't moved to next week. Well, I can't see it there. Let's go to the No Apps Atlanta race. 163 laps. Okay. So I think we had like over 70 caution laps in yesterday's race. And only around 90 run under green. Yeah, that was wild. And that's with, what, 3 or 4 red flags in yesterday's race? It could have been a lot worse if we had run laps while oil was on the track. Okay, I see what happened. So Blaney, having to take 4 tires, fell back to 18th. Okay. So he did fall off the cliff, kind of. Being the dominant car, even though he is the dominant car. This could be maybe where his race falls apart. And Brad Keselowski received the free pass here. I'm going to add that to my notes. And we are up late. I think it was 80. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. Did we run into overtime last night? I can't remember. Worst thing I ever did was get rid of my tonsils, but I had to. I had them cut out about 7 years ago. I went back to work on the 4th day after my surgery. I had the surgery, a day off, and on that 4th day I went back to work. Should have definitely taken more time off. I was still spitting up blood the first day I went back. I miss my tonsils. Your pick is back in this thing. Yeah, Brad. Glad he's back on the lead lap. Maybe the track cooling down will suit him a bit better than the beginning of this race. Yeah, we haven't had a big one yet, but the cars really weren't packed up enough in the first stage for a big one. Oh my goodness, they have this dog at the track with no ear protection. I know that dog has no hearing anymore. Poor guy. I would love to take my dog to the track, but I don't have dog earmuffs. All 3 front row cars have tractors today. They're like lawn tractors, yeah. Not even good enough to be a farm tractor. I remember the first time I went to an agriculture expo and seeing how big tractors actually could get, it blew my mind. All right, green flag is out. Let's go back up. And let's see if Bowman can work his way back up, because my goodness. Speed in qualifying, and their car just did not handle well at the start of this race. All right, outside line with a little advantage here. Gibbs leading that outside line. Cindric going to get a bit disconnected here. Going to get side drafted by Gibbs in the middle of the corner. Looks like Gibbs led that first lap. They're still side by side. No help for either line. So still side by side throughout the pack. Cindric with a slight advantage here. And Gibbs coming back strong off the corner. Very close to the line. I'm not even sure who led that one. SVG going to check up there. 3 wide in that third line. Larson just slipped up there. He's going to slot into the high side, though. Reddick's moving up pretty well. Reddick may go 3 wide here. Still side by side for the lead. With, I think, Ty Gibbs leading that lap. Eric Jones looking to the inside. 3 wide for the second line. So Eric Jones in that inside line, not able to hang in that second row. Going to move back to the third row. Now Zilich up the track. A lot of cars not handling very well right now. We've seen a few guys slip up since the restart. But still side by side at the front. Slight advantage for Cindric. But Gibbs usually gets the run off the corner. Denny Hamlin up the highest he's been today. Bell kind of got close with that yellow line. I don't know if that's enough for a penalty, but that was very close. Bell may want to give that position back just to be safe. He's going to stay in it, though. That was borderline for Bell. All right. Gibbs clear to the lead. Busher clear for second. I think they're side by side maybe for third. Logano and Larson, a little contact there. Both continue. So the top 3 have single filed out. Ooh! Larson hit, or Logano hit Larson pretty hard there. Didn't look as bad from on board with Logano. But from the slow motion shot, it looked pretty bad. All right, Denny Hamlin, that's Mr. Where Did He Come From? Up here fighting for third place. We have 3 Gibbs guys up here. Where is Briscoe? 27th right now. Lap times have picked up quite a bit since the restart of this race. Almost a half a second gain. At this version of Atlanta, I'm not sure what that would look like. Although I think some arrows of the Gen 5 might still be able to pack race here. They were very stable. And they were running 4 wide cleanly at Talladega. So they may have still been able to pack race here. So Gibbs still leading, Bell second place. That's a position Bell knows very well from last week. The 14 package, yeah, a lot of downforce. The question is whether the speeds they would be turning would affect the racing. This track is aging pretty quickly. And from year to year, you see the style of racing changing quite a bit. They have a graphic up. Joe Gibbs Racing, first, second, third, and Briscoe 26th. He was running up there in the top 10 earlier, but just fell back. Blaney trying to work himself back into the top 10. Little progress here. Lucky for Bowman, Todd Gilliland is also having a terrible day. As Christian mentioned, they have literal tractors out there today. Larson's still way back there. $80 laps to go. If we can somehow stay green, we will have green flag pit stops this stage. Oh, is Zane Smith also back there? Oh, look at that. I don't know where Zane Smith is actually running. And we can't see his interval because he's a lap down. So Zane looking for a caution here. SVG in the sucker hole right now. Middle 3 wide. Making up good ground there. Byron's car clearly not getting a ton of speed on the high side there. I think Blaney may... Oh, Logano up the track. That's going to block Blaney from making the move to the middle there. I was thinking Ryan was going to take Byron 3 wide, but wasn't able to there. Now Byron's down to that inside line. Blaney able to get by Byron. Byron's probably going to continue to fall back here. That definitely just happened. I think Blaney was about to make a move to the middle and Logano washed up the track. They were working together very well at the front of the pack, but now since they've had to pit and take 4, it's really worked against them. Especially now that we are running a lot closer together, it's probably not the best time, or probably wasn't the best time for those guys to take 4 tires and give up track position. So Chase able to get by Herbst there temporarily. So Chase apparently not happy with his car, needs a little more work on that car. Aside from Larson, Hendrick guys are struggling quite a bit. But Chase trying to work his way back up. Side by side with Blaney right now. Ty Gibbs still pacing the field. Suarez looking to the inside of Larson. And Reddick looking to the inside of Buescher. Reddick might be able to clear here if he goes up the track. All right, move Reddick into third. Buescher back to fourth. Suarez going to lose a spot there to Eric Jones. Going down to the inside did not work for him. Buescher really high up the track. So drop Buescher back another 2 spots. I also wouldn't mind seeing an Eric Jones win. Wouldn't that be something? Legacy Motor Club back in victory lane. At somewhere not named Darlington. G Danger says, don't want Reddick to fight too hard and wreck. Don't want a repeat of Summer Atlanta from last year's finish. All right, Larson not able to make up ground there. So Larson was making good time along the high side, but Eric Jones also running up there. Goes down to the inside, not able to make time. And now SVG is up in 4th place. Naturally. So slot Larson back into 5th. Larson trying to go back to the inside to get around SVG. Really good pace through the inside of 1 and 2. He's going to be able to pass Eric Jones. Does Eric Jones cross him over? Larson is going to stay up on the high side here. And SVG's looking for 4th place. Side by side with Eric Jones. They're going to stay side by side off the corner with Suarez pushing SVG along that inside line. All right, SVG here. Does he get enough of a run to slide up in front of Eric Jones? Not able to make it work there. SVG going to slot in 5th. Oh! Larson tried to go to the inside of Bell. Took Bell up the track. Larson's going to lose at least a few spots here. And AJ Allmendinger, around off of 4, going to slide it just like Bubba did earlier in the race. Caution is out. 67 to go. We are in our fuel window. Does anyone try to gamble here? And Todd Gilliland right now in our free pass position. Welcome back to the lead lap, Todd Gilliland. Hocevar was able to make up quite a bit of ground since we last looked back here. Blaney able to move from 18th to 12th. Or what lap is this? Maybe lap 195. I'm going to say lap 90, 194. Rusty says he's glad he stayed up for the race. That was some great racing. That was great. Now, I don't know how often we're going to see that or how much longer we're going to see that at Atlanta. I think this track is aging quite a bit. We might still see that in the spring race when the track is a lot cooler. But, you know, summer's a long way from over in Georgia. The track will continue to bake every day. It will continue to age, and it's aged quite quickly. I think it's going to continue to get spread out, especially in the summer race. But that was a good mix. That was a good mix of guys being able to make moves, go 2 and 3 wide, and but yet enough room to actually make those moves, enough room to slide up 2 lanes and door Christopher Bell. All right, looks like a lot of cars coming down pit road here. We're in our fuel window, so they might as well pit here. Most of our might be gambling here. I'm not sure. You may just be waiting for the next lap to pit as well. You don't want to do a race tomorrow night? Rusty says we need more midnight races. It's going to be almost 2 hours. That's tough. Especially for left and right racing. Watch Blaney's pit crew screw it up. I would not be shocked. But if he could gain like 4 spots here on pit road, that would be huge for that team. Most guys just going to take fuel only here. See a few guys taking at least 2 tires. I think Larson maybe took 2. Bell off pit road first. I don't think Blaney took any tires. Up 8 spots. Bubba Wallace also took no tires. So the majority of guys taking 2. We have some taking fuel only. That definitely was a net positive. Good night. This pit road is tight. How's Brad Keselowski doing? Let's take a look. Let me go. I'll go grab my Brad Keselowski hat just for you. So before the pit cycle, he was scored 21st. He had just gotten his lap back, so we don't know how, really how much pace that car has yet. But maybe he can make his way back up there. The RFK guys haven't really been running the best today. We saw Buescher up there for a little bit in the top 3. So Buescher's been about the only RFK guy with pace. Early on, Brad hit the wall and went down a lap, and Ryan Preece went down a lap, but was lucky enough to get the lucky dog early on, the free pass. But here they are, packed up. We'll see where they shake out after these pit stops. If you're the field, you're worried about Blaney being towards the front. So these are just the like shaken up running order. I'm not sure this is entirely accurate yet. Suarez might have taken 4 there, or maybe got blocked in his pit box. We'll just have to see if this is entirely accurate. But we still have 63 to go. These guys have enough fuel to make it to the end, so some teams might be gambling that handling's going to be a premium at the end of the race and may have taken 4 just to ensure that they have grip towards the end. Blaney had the newest set of left side tires at this point, so they only took right... no, they didn't take any tires. That's right. No tires. The rest of the field just taking right sides. Bubba also on that no tire strategy call. Yeah, so things were definitely shaken up the last time we looked at the running order. Where is Brad? So they have him scored in 30th on the lead lap, but 29th and 30th for Ryan and Brad. You think Briscoe can win back-to-back? Briscoe is the only JGR car that was not up there in the last run. Now he's back in the top 10. He had pace earlier, but the handling wasn't quite there for Briscoe, it didn't seem. Not as much as the rest of his teammates. But, you know, this track may continue to change. More rubber getting put down. Maybe it will continue to cool off a bit. I'm not sure if it'll be cooler at the end of the race or if it was cooler right after the rain. So I'm not sure the temp will really affect things very much, but definitely laying more rubber down could affect the race conditions. All right, before we go back green, I'm going to step away. Welcome back, Hamlin fan. Is Stenhouse actually up there? No. Okay. Where is Ricky? 31st. Running order continues to shuffle as we get realigned after the pit stops. Yeah, Brad probably took 4. Being so far back, it's generally a good call to take 4 if the rest of the guys are gambling on less. All right, I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I have my Brad hat. Who do we think will win? That is an excellent question. All right, Larson with an early advantage on this restart. Larson clear. Blaney clear. They're both clear. They can move up to the high side if they want. Blaney's going to get to the high side before Larson is. So Blaney, he's going to help Larson to the lead, clear to the lead, and then ditch him in the same lap. So now Chase Elliott behind Kyle Larson. Bubba Wallace behind Chase Elliott. On the high side, we have Blaney with a bit of an advantage. He's clear to the lead now. Bell behind him. Bell washed up the track the lap before. Not able to stay supporting that high side. So Blaney, a part-time helper for Larson. A very, very short transition of loyalties. Chase Elliott going to the high side here. Going to help out Bell a bit. Not sure Bell's the car I would want to be supporting. His car does not seem like it's turning the best at times. Although, you know, he was challenging for the lead during that whole last run. Couldn't quite get past Gibbs. So Bell to the lead now, and Chase Elliott's jumped back to the inside in front of Larson. Chase Elliott now side by side with Blaney for second place. Really interesting to watch this track surge. The inside surge is on corner entry, and then the outside surge is usually on exit. Briscoe got underneath Larson there for a second. He's going to let Larson back in somewhat. Blaney back to the lead. Field is in trouble. This is like watching Austin Hill, typically, on these tracks. JD says, give him an RFK teammate. 17 Busher will upset win tonight. And if not him, give him Briscoe back-to-back. I'd be okay with either one. And you could give me half the field in victory lane and I wouldn't end the night upset, if not over half the field. Only a few guys I'd be somewhat bummed out about. At this point, you hate all the drivers except Reddick. There you go, G-Danger. 4 wide further back, SVG in the wall. That was Logano once again washing up the track. SVG and Logano both able to save it. Joey's lost it a few times now. That car must be on edge. Just right where he likes it, but occasionally stepping over the line. May have been more on Cindric there. Cindric coming up really close to Joey. I can't tell if those two made contact, though, before Logano got up the track. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised with Eric Jones. I would be okay with an Eric Jones win. I like Eric. Probably my favorite Toyota driver. All right, Chase Elliott to the lead. With the piped-in crowd noise, here we go. Blaney may go to the inside here. Chase playing defense here. Larson to the outside of Blaney. So now Blaney and Larson side by side for second place. Nobody going to the inside with Blaney. Very smart way to play this. If I'm the field, I'm not helping Blaney for anything. Not trusting him. It's kind of like with the O'Reilly races. At Talladega or at Daytona, I'm not helping Austin Hill. If it hurts my immediate position, but it keeps Hill behind me, that's the play I'm taking. Because I trust myself against the field more than I do against Austin Hill. It's that kind of deal. So now Larson on the inside. Blaney going to take this 3 wide for the lead. Chase going to back out of it here. Chase going to lose maybe 4 spots in one corner. Blaney back to the lead. Bubba Wallace and Larson now side by side. Now Chase Elliott back up to 4th after going from 1st to 5th in one corner. So Chase Elliott and Larson somewhat working together. But Chase going to ditch him here. They're going to split Bubba 3 wide. Chase Elliott back to second place. He's going to pull back in front of Larson here on the high side. Hendrick guy stay nose to tail. Bell going to give Larson a little shove into the corner. Bubba's a guy that can make a lot of moves with his car, but then he has no help at all. Blaney's the same way, but he doesn't need help. He just gets back to the front. And Hamlin with a really slow start, and then here he is. 3 wide for 4th place. Bubba a little tight up the track. And Hamlin clear now. Hamlin clear to 4th place. Now Reddick's pulling in line behind Bubba. Larson and Elliott still somewhat working together. following Blaney on the straightaway, trying to get that draft. Chase not making up any ground on the lower side that time. Pull back in front of Larson. Larson pushing really hard here. Going to dive it into the inside this time. Chase Elliott once again clear to the lead. But can he hold it on the corner exit? All right, Blaney not able to get back around in that immediate lap. Bubba Wallace back to the inside, challenging for second place. Bubba not clear and no help at the moment. Will Denny go with him potentially? And Larson falling back. Bubba now up to the high side in front of Bell. And Reddick behind Denny Hamlin. And here comes Chastain. I haven't seen him all day. I didn't even know he was on track. I thought he overslept and went to the wrong track, like Michael Waltrip. Hamlin says it doesn't care who wins as long as he had Austin Hill. As long as Bell finishes behind Hamlin, you're okay. And Byron not too far back. 11th right now. And Bowman a bit further back from this. So the field somewhat forming back up right now. Chase Elliott and Reddick side by side now going into one. When you have a car that handles well, you're running that outside line. And when you're leading, if someone goes to the inside to make a pass, diving it below you, you go down and side draft a bit. And it blocks them from getting the lead, and you're able to hold it on corner exit. Haven't been able to see any other car do that, really, aside from maybe Blaney and potentially Gibbs. So Blaney back out to the lead. Elliott second. Wallace and Bell side by side for third. We're side by side pretty much all the way back from here. All the way through 10th place. Actually, third wide for 10th. This is really fun racing. Thank goodness it rained, right? Don't say it too early, JD. As long as there's a half a lap left, Connor Zilic is not safe. In just a couple laps, Bowman was able to pass Byron. They were about 4 positions apart a second ago. So Blaney in the lead currently. Chase Elliott still second. And Larson's going to take a huge run. I don't think he's going to be able to clear Elliott here, so Larson's probably going to be stuck on that inside. So teammates side by side here. Larson not going to be able to slot into the inside. All right, Larson into second place. Chase Elliott to third. Bubba and Bell still side by side. And now Chase Elliott's going to cross over Larson and send it to the inside. Chase Elliott back to second place. Bubba looking to the inside of Larson. Brad K hasn't gone anywhere since the restart. Thank goodness I didn't completely change hats. Oh yeah, kind of stalled out back there. It just was not their day. At least not yet. Hamlin's fallen back a few spots over the last dozen laps or so. No love lost between Chastain and Suarez. They are switching it up back and forth. Hamlin having to get out of the gas there. The entry of 2. Chastain just kind of parked it in front of him. So Chase on the inside, Bubba on the outside. That's for second place. In that third line, we are 3 wide. They saw that. Someone may have just gotten into the wall. That may have been Suarez. That was close. So just about 3 wide in that third and fourth line. Still side by side for second place. That's Bubba Wallace and Chase Elliott. Chase can have a slight advantage here. Not going to be able to clear on corner exit. They're going to stay side by side. Chase not following up the track to side draft. And Bubba's going to kind of pull in front of Chase there on the entry. That's going to drop Chase back a couple car lengths. And Chase is going to pull up right in front of Larson. Chastain entering the conversation for the top 5. Right behind Reddick. A lot of red and black cars. So the Chumba Casino, the I Am a Moose car, and Christopher Bell. Yeah, Busher back here. Yeah, no Fords in between these two. Good night. Not a day for the Ford teams. Which Joey and Cendric, they had pace up until about halfway, and certainly hasn't gone their way since then. My broadcast just cut out for a second. It's still cutting out. Bro, they got Helen Keller on the cameras. I can't see. Is this just me? Did anyone else's screen go black? I'm going to let it sit 5 more seconds. There's no way everyone else's screen is black. I'm going to refresh. There we go. Couldn't see. All right, here we go. Now I can see. So Elliott falling back quite a bit. I'm guessing lost some momentum. Just got ran over. Bubba Wallace out front. I missed a lot. Yeah, I could still hear the race, but it completely cut out on screen. That was wild. That was wild. Bubba tried to get down the track to block Larson, not able to get there. They're going to be side by side down the back stretch, but Blaney is going to help out Bubba back to the lead. Larson had no help there. He's going to lose potentially a couple spots here. His next help, or his next car back, is Carson Hocevar. So Larson finally able to get back up into that high side for a second. Blaney into the wall! Caution is out. For what? Fluid on track? AJ Allmendinger bringing out the caution again on lap 231. I hope we have a replay angle of AJ. What happened to him? But wow, it was heating up. Sunday stands for Speedways, and the S in Speedway means super. And you know who's super? Reddick. That's your theory on how he'll win. I don't follow that schizophrenic line of logic, but I love it. I love it. It's just crazy enough. It might work. Oh, yeah. Bubba's been a little aggressive with those blocks. He tried to do the same to Larson a bit before that. And he tried to do it to Ty Gibbs earlier, and that's why he got spun. So Bubba's playing this very defensive today, and perhaps too defensive. If we see something similar at the end of the race, I'm not sure the car behind is going to let up and let him retain his position. And how hard was that damage? Was it enough to affect the handling of that race car? Lettering's definitely off the side of the car. The wrap was damaged. I was a Byron. I'm not a Byron. I was a Gordon fan for years. And I just stayed with the 24 team. So, like, I'm happy when the 24 car wins, but it's not like I'm happy specifically for Byron. More of a heritage thing, which is why I have hats for about half the field now. Don't worry, I have plenty of Earnhardt stuff as well, if that's whose side you were on. I have a whole row on my shelf of Earnhardt Senior stuff. A lot of 1/24th scale cars. I even have a Earnhardt flag somewhere. No clue where it is, though. Probably in one of my plastic containers. It's a giant flag. JD said senior, then junior, and then BK after junior retired. That's a good line of transition. Brad was kind of in some ways junior's understudy, and then went to Ford, and the rest. Well, I guess Dodge first, and then Ford, and the rest was history. Going to Penske, and then they switched to Ford, and then he stayed with the Ford team when he went over to RFK. I really respect Brad for what he did there, going to RFK and helping that team get turned around, because he could have stayed with Penske and potentially won another couple championships, a lot of races, but he decided to go do his own thing. So Adam Alexander saying 11 cars stayed out. Looks like the majority of the field came down there. My chest is hurting. I need to go take some leave. Okay. Crisis averted. No heart attack yet. Let's see. Christian said Blaney's by far the best car. Won the pole, led the most laps. Don't know who has the fastest lap, but Blaney's flying today. It's probably the most deserving car tonight. And Darkside said, but Bubba literally walled him. Makes him wonder how his car's going to react. We don't talk to the chair. JD said he left Penske, and then the 2-car was Cindric. In his first rookie race, won the Daytona 500. Yep. Yeah, it's always rough to see a guy get into, like, the 15th year of their career, the 20th year of their career, and still chasing that 500 win, especially if they've been a contender multiple seasons, which Brad always was a contender on the plate tracks. Literally the Toyota motto, we see it in every series, even ARCA. If you can't beat the fast cars outright, all they do is crash to eliminate the competition, because that's the only way they can win. That reminds me of Byron's first 500 win, when between Bowman and Byron, maybe even Larson, they had wrecked like half the field. And so it was pretty much a guarantee a Hendrick car was going to win the race. That was hilarious. Why is my chair so wise that I just... Yes. It slept at a Holiday Inn last night. Blaney, in Jackie's opinion, was always going to win Atlanta 21 because he was running down Larson quick, even without Logano holding Larson up. Interesting. I can't remember that far back. I have a hard time remembering last week's race. All right, restarting inside with Hocevar behind him. Ryan Blaney outside. Bubba Wallace with Tyler Reddick behind him. Blaney needs to get the lead here. He's laying back a little bit. Bubba already has a full car advantage at the line. Blaney has more help here through 1 and 2. Blaney almost clear. I think Blaney's clear here. Blaney back to the high side. SVG for a second below the yellow line. Now Hocevar looking for the lead. No help really behind Hocevar, though. All right, they're saying Blaney said he had a vibration. It's checkers or wreckers for Blaney. If we see him off the pace real quick, we know why. I'd be nervous for anyone in that high line. Blaney clear to the lead. Hocevar clear for second. 3 wide, 4 rows back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows back. It may be time. It might be time for the big one. Bowman off the pace here. They're going 4 wide down the backstretch. Chase Elliott going to squeeze out of that. That was Bowman in the middle. Lost the car. Really bogged down in front of Chase Elliott. Chase was able to squeeze by. Bowman's car is falling off a cliff right now. It is not handling well in this 3 wide traffic. And that, but he's fighting back to the outside of Chase Elliott. Chase had a car that could get up there and battle for the lead, but he may be stuck like Blaney was. Remember, Blaney, best car today, but when he pit for 4, he wasn't really able to move back through the field quickly. That was, Larson through the infield. Caution is out. Well, there goes Larson's chance to win. I don't think Larson's going to work his way back up to the lead. But if we have a 20-car pileup, maybe there's still a chance. But I think there's a good chance we have the big one and Larson's involved. So did he get help? We hear from Cliff Daniels he doesn't want to lose a lap. That's very smart advice. That's why he gets paid the big bucks, because a more inexperienced crew chief might want to lose a lap. Risky play, but... all right. So not the typical Larson spin. Reddick up the track into Ty Gibbs. Denny gets out of the gas, and Larson doesn't see it happening. Tries to avoid Hamlin and takes a ride through the infield. Looks like he largely escaped without damage, but he took a pretty wild ride through the infield. JD said to keep an eye on the 17. It'll be easy to spot. Very red, very bright. And Austin Hill P14. That's what Jackie says. Keep an eye on Austin Hill. He's about due for an act of terrorism. It would be pretty special if Austin Hill was able to get the win here tonight, just due to the history. But there are a lot of stronger cars in front of him. These Hendrick guys struggling today. Pretty much everyone except for Larson has had, trips back to the back half of the top 20, if not lower. Chase occasionally able to get up there and dice it up. But on that restart, not really able to make up much ground. SVG. SVG has a little bit of a temper. I'm a little worried if SVG gets roughed house, he may just send someone. I've been watching it all race. Eric Jones still up there. Look at all these Toyotas. The chances we see another Toyota win is pretty high right now. Bubba upset for some reason. So Bubba unhappy with the lane choice. Who knew all we had to do was raise the splitter of the old car and we wouldn't tear up as many cars? Occasionally we still do. Occasionally. But yes, the middle of the splitter being raised definitely helps. Those old cars would just dig in. And the funniest thing was when we went to the Indianapolis road course and who was it? Was it Joey? You guys may remember. Which car lost their splitter on one of the curbs? That was hilarious. Lost the splitter, tore up the curb, and we probably wrecked about 15 cars at least. I really liked the Indy road course. It was wild. Yeah, I don't mind when Bubba complains because every driver, even the most even keel drivers, complain in the car. Martin Truex, cool as a cucumber outside the car. In the car, he was the biggest complainer in the world. But man, did he make the most of his time with furniture row. And whenever he got absorbed by Joe Gibbs. He had some great seasons. All the cars that pit last caution can make it. All the cars that pit a couple cautions ago can make it, I believe. because the fuel window is 75 laps. That should be more than enough for everyone that's pit in the last two. If they took a full can of fuel, that is. Sometimes, you know, they short pit. Darkseid says, calling it now, Ryan Blaney's going to blow a right rear due to the damage. Could be. I would just be nervous to be behind Blaney, especially if they go 3 wide again. I would not want to be outside 3 wide, because if Blaney does lose it, he's probably going to wash up the track. And I could see him maybe feeling a tire going down and slowing down. And if they're 3 wide, that's going to force the field to go 4 wide around him. And that could really end poorly. Oh, for sure, JD. Yeah, we know Hill can wreck him with the best of them. When he tried to murder Michael McDowell last year at Watkins Glen. That was wild in the O'Reilly race. And then he tried to kill Eric Almirola. Right hooked him at Indy. Watkins Glen can get wild for sure. It's such a fun track. Hocevar on the outside right now. Blaney on the inside. Blaney with a small advantage out of 2. Hocevar is going to have a slight advantage on the entry to 3. Both separate from their help. So now this is a one-on-one. Very close on who led that lap. Outside line, a little more help. Hocevar is clear now. Still side by side, 4 rows back. And then 3 wide after that. Hocevar still clear. Blaney still on the inside. Bubba might get clear of Blaney here in a second. Blaney going to dive it in deep. And Blaney's clear of Bubba. Blaney could go up to the high side here if he wants it. But he's going to stay low. Blaney going for the lead here. Blaney not able to make up ground on entry to 3. So they're side by side once more. Blaney on the inside, Hocevar on the outside. Hocevar clear once more. And we're 3 wide in that 3rd line. All right, 2311 teammates lined up. Reddick behind Bubba Wallace. Blaney really no help on that inside, but here comes Chase Elliott making his way back up there. Other than Larson, about the only Hendrick car that can pass today. Blaney, really good run through 3 and 4. I think he was clear. Blaney is clear. So Blaney back out to the lead. All he needed was 1 push. Hocevar going to block Bubba Wallace down the track. And up the track. Could we see our big one start between Hocevar and Bubba? Host of our slow entry into 3. That's going to help out Bubba get alongside of him. Bell's going to take him 3 wide. Bubba's going to be the loser there. So Bubba back to 3rd. Host of our back to 4th. The top 4 are single file. SVG just moved down the track in front of Chase. Going to make Chase lose a few spots. Chase could have just turned SVG if he wanted to. Can't just clear yourself off someone else's nose. Chase still stuck bottom 3 wide. Able to tuck in line finally. 3 wide for 2nd place. Host of our up high. Bubba Wallace middle and Bell inside. All right, Blaney going to go up the track to block. Bell's coming along on the inside. Good run here for Bell. No help behind, though, yet. And Hostfar's going to dive it inside 3 wide. Hocevar back to the lead. Trying to block every lane there is. Now Bubba Wallace and Blaney side by side once more. We are wrecking. Kyle Larson in the wall. Multiple other cars. Riley Herbst off for camera work. We don't know what happened. Chase Briscoe around as well. Austin Hill damage. Broken left front toe link. And Briscoe's stuck. Looks like that right rear toe link is also broken. I don't know what happened there. That was terrible camera work. Everyone was focused on the battle for the lead, and we still don't have a replay pulled up yet. What lap was that? Lap 254, maybe? Larson caused it, looks like. Larson cleared himself off the nose of Hamlin. Briscoe came back up the track. I don't know if Elliott survived that. Briscoe may have taken him out too. Look at that. Need to see a better replay of that. From the front, it looks like Larson cleared himself off of Hamlin. Now, Larson may get out of the car and say that Hamlin wasn't all the way up against the wall, but I need to see a better replay. Oh, Chase did make it by barely. So did Larson really just ruin Alex Bowman's race? Yeah, Larson spun to avoid that. Probably not a ton of damage for Bowman, but he's going to lose a ton of track position here. Thank you, Larson. Thank you. Yeah, Hamlin had nowhere to go. I don't know what Larson's excuse will be, but Kyle Larson kind of sucks at plate style racing. I think he's had one good plate race. It wasn't just washed up. He cleared himself. Isn't that something? We're having some really good racing, some fun battles for the lead, and I really don't like when we have a 2-lap run to the finish at a plate track. You need about 5 to 10 laps to form a very dynamic race to the end, and we have just ruined our best chance at it. We may go side by side for the final 2 laps. Is there a possibility he was hit in the back? I don't think so. Where is Gilliland? Oh. So, by virtue of that last caution, Larson may have just eliminated Bowman from the in-season challenge. Like, Bowman, there's no one behind him, really. He can pit here and get fresh tires, but... Thank you, Kyle Larson. Thank you so much. Ruin that race. We are going into NASCAR overtime. Gilliland right now, yes, as of right now, would advance, but it's not definite yet. Bowen may not have much damage on that car, and they probably have a set of tires left, so he could come down and pit here and take a final swing at it. Gilliland's just right there. That's one lane difference, and depending on the choose cone, Bowman could move up, alongside of Gilliland. Ty moving on. How about that? Hocevar has no help right here. You have Reddick, Wallace, and Bell, and Gibbs all up here. Chastain really doesn't have any help. SVG up in 5th, though. He's going to hold on, probably, if he survives, he's going to hold on to his chase position for one more week. Yeah, not really a big one, but for the day, comparatively speaking, it was. Yes, we could still see a big one, but they're really playing music over the radio here. Oh, I just died in your arms tonight. I should have walked away. I should have walked away. Imagine if Zane Smith didn't wreck Carson Hocevar last week. Hocevar would advance in the in-season tournament. That would be wild. Just for the chaos, I'm kind of hoping Hocevar wins it. But let's look at our other contenders. We have Blaney, the deserving driver. Bubba probably has the most negative karma out of anyone in the top 15 right now. Outside of maybe Joey. SVG would be pure chaos if he won this, because it would lock him in for the next few weeks, maybe. And Bell really hasn't had a race leading car yet. Dylan would be pretty chaos, too. I'd be very okay with that. Eric Jones up there. And Chastain, he's peaked into the top 10 here and there. I really just think, we're going to have 2 laps. Green, white, checkered. The front 2, unless they get clear on the initial start with the push, they usually stay side by side for multiple laps. So this could come down to Hocevar and Blaney. Teammates going to restart side by side. Bubba likes Blaney. This could be his way of apologizing. They're friends, but Bubba's definitely in business for himself. So even if they get locked side by side and Bubba has a good run that could be a push to help Blaney win, Bubba might take him 3 wide. There have been a lot of three wide moves today that usually only benefit one car. It's either the car making the pass or the car already on the high side. Rarely does the middle benefit from a 3 wide move. I just don't know how hard Reddick is going to push here. I think Hocevar didn't take the inside because he doesn't want to get put 3 wide here. All right, Bowman going to restart. The row behind Gilliland looks like. Can Alex Bowman get it done? Really good push there for Hocevar. But the inside is more connected. Blaney's going to get clear. It's Blaney's race. Hocevar could dive it down low here. Hocevar's going to get clear on entry to 3. Hocevar's going to be clear coming to the last lap. Now it's side by side for the front. Blaney and Hocevar side by side. And we're wrecking. Bubba Wallace going to get penalized here most likely. No help for Hocevar. Blaney leading on the high side. Ryan Blaney with the win. Bubba Wallace cost Hocevar there. Bubba Wallace might get DQ'd. Probably receive a 1 lap down penalty. Bowman doesn't look like he... Well, we have 1 more lap to sort this out, but Bowman doesn't look like he's going to advance in the in-season challenge because of that Larson accident. Wallace had nowhere to go, and he dipped his left side tires beneath the yellow line. Hocevar's only chance really to get the win here was to wall Blaney. He didn't get there quick enough. And Bell once again potentially finishing second? Our leaderboard hasn't updated yet. I don't know. Ryan Blaney, the sole champion for today. Logano was up there but fell off after the rain delay. Bowman not able to get by Gilliland. They made a ton of ground up, both of them. Gilliland doing just enough to stay out in front of Alex Bowman. I hate that for Bowman. His own teammate took him out of the running. Gilliland had no chance to beat Bowman today, even though Bubba was driving. Bowman was driving way off the pace. Congratulations to Gilliland, I guess. Congratulations to Blaney, but Bubba Wallace definitely cost Hocevar that win. Went a little too low there, and then couldn't get back to the bumper. It's going to be interesting to see if NASCAR will let Bubba keep his position, or if they are going to hit him with a penalty here. They may say that Hocevar forced him down. They could maybe wriggle around penalizing him. But if not, Bubba Wallace going to potentially receive a, 30th place finish if they do go through with the penalty? Christian says 50% chance for a Ford to go to the final round of the in-season challenge now. look at that. Bowman moved up so much on that last run, and Gilliland still stayed in front of him. Bowman was moving. Good job, Kyle Larson. Nowadays, we can hardly call Atlanta a super speedway. I think it's aged almost to the point to where it's going to stop racing like the other two super speedways, and it's going to start racing like more of the traditional old school Daytona, where the field actually got spread apart. And I just think it's going to accelerate. I think we're going to see more and more cars get spread apart. I think we were lucky that it rained tonight and cooled off the track enough to where we could have a finish like we did. G Danger says he is pissed. Final four is now Elliott, Bell, Gilliland, and Blaney. SVG went for it. He did. He was making moves. That would have been wild. But we're going to wrap things up here, and we will start our post-race show. I just have to update the banner, obviously, but it should automatically ask you guys to transfer over if you would like to join me. You don't have to stay for the full thing. If you want to leave your thoughts about today's race in the chat for the post-race, when I get done with the race recap, we will read through the comments and wrap things up, hopefully within 30 minutes. We'll see. But until then, hope you guys have a good night, and I'll see you guys in the post-race show.